Now, in my opinion, if that means applying for money, then that's fine. If that means putting more vessels back in service as travel, then that's fine. If that means getting the Oak Bluffs terminal ready for the season, then that's fine too. When the experts say we can allow more travel, the authority will service the islands and will welcome its visitors. Now that's my general overview that I wanted to leave as the message here. I also want to speak to a couple things that I've learned recently. I was appointed to this last month, and after 30 days, I had told the appointing authority that I'd be addressing maintenance issues that led to the Vineyard schedule cancellations last year. I did not intend or anticipate that I'd be dealing with cash flow shortages. I want to assure the people that appointed me and the people that I represent that I'll do everything I can to help the authority proactively fix operational areas that need to be addressed, and we'll deal with those as we go forward. But the meeting today is about how we move forward to serve the islands and their economies. Now, 2 points. Point one, from March 16th, 2019 to April 14th, 2019, in that 1 month period, we had net new reservations of 24,066 for the period of May 1 through October 15. For the same period this year, instead of 24,066 reservations, we had 1,654 net new reservations. Now, the authority, like most island businesses, loses money in its off season and makes it back in the summer season. The current situation that we're looking at with 1,600 as opposed to 24,000 forward reservations is not encouraging. But we're going to follow the state's guidelines, and we're going to assist in welcoming people back to the island when they can travel here. Now, the other thing that I want to make everyone aware of is that 30 days ago, when I joined, I had thought that cost reductions, when necessary, could be made by halting construction projects, and we could use that cash to serve operations. Now, having spent much of last week reading and rereading the legalese in the legislation that created the Steamship Authority in 1960, the Steamship Authority is forbidden to do that. Now, I've asked Mark, our treasurer, to provide a simple schematic graph for everyone, and that's in his presentation, so you can understand the flow of cash. And in short, the Steamship Authority can only hold cash for 2 months and can't go into its capital funds. And you'll see why in a very simple, enough of a layman's presentation that even I get it. Now, I'm confident that the Steamship Authority is going to get the financial help that it needs to operate. And I look forward with the Steamship Authority to providing transportation to our island visitors and our residents as the state opens for business. Now with that, I'd like to move into the agenda of our meeting. And the first item are the minutes of the March 17th meeting. Do any of the members have any modifications or edits that they wish to make to those minutes? Anybody? Hearing nothing, is there a motion to accept the minutes as presented?
I will make that motion.
Is there
I'll second it.
Okay. The motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none by roll call vote. Anyone want to start off?
Rainey, aye.
Wilson, I.
Tierney, aye.
Malkin, aye. Anybody here for Mr. Jones?
He's muted.
Yep. So Bob, down in the bottom left.
Oh, it's, I don't think I'm,
We can hear you now, Bob.
Bob, how do you vote on the minutes?
Muted again.
Okay. I think we have a majority of the board that's members that have approved the minutes. I'd like to move forward, please. The next item on the agenda is a Port Council report on their April 1st meeting.
Good
Port
morning,
Council.
everybody. I hope everyone is well and healthy. This is Ed Washburn. I'm the chairman of the Port Council. So I'll give a brief overview of our April 1st meeting, which, like this one, it was very much focused on the COVID-19 crisis. Earlier on in the crisis, and this pretty much dominated the conversation at our meeting was just making sure that the lifeline to the islands, which is exactly what we're here for, making sure that freight and PPE and materials were getting out to the islands. So we talked a lot about operations and how to operate safely. We also focused a little bit on the third stimulus package, which was when we had our meeting the Friday before, I believe, that was signed by the president, and understanding what in that third stimulus package was available for the Steamship Authority to help with our operations. So we spoke a little bit about that, and we very briefly talked about what the financial impact of such a steep decline in passenger revenue looked like, and that really, the COVID-19 crisis, which it's hard to believe that was only 21 days ago. That really dominated the discussion, but we did also have the balance of our agenda talked about the projects that were going on, but like I said, probably about 75% of the meeting was focused on COVID-19. Happy to take any specific questions, but that's pretty much what we focused on.
Does anybody who is attending this meeting of the 128 attendees we have here have any questions for the Port Council? Again, it's *9 if you have a question, or the blue icon, I believe. We have anything, Sean?
No,
No?
no,
Doesn't appear to be.
doesn't appear so.
All right, I'd like to move into item number 3, which is the General Manager's Report. Mr. Davis.
Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to start off with talk about some of the actions that we've taken thus far, measures that may have been seen and some that are unseen. So the vessel crews are doing an exceptional job of cleaning the vessel's interiors during and between the trips. We've instructed them to pay attention to hard surfaces, most likely touch points, tabletops, faucets, handrails, and the like. We have assigned additional crews to perform deeper cleaning at night. At our shoreside facilities, our bus, parking lot, terminal employees have been instructed to specifically disinfect handrails, machinery, seat backs, countertops, door handles, as well as our restroom facilities. The buses are being cleaned at least every 4 hours. The terminals at least 3 times per 8-hour shift. We've installed stands with the pop-up sanitizing wipes at each of the terminals. The vessels all have Purell dispensers on board. Signage has been posted and includes, but it's not limited to, signs about practicing social distancing. 20 years of trying to get people out of their vehicles have gone down the drain, and that we're requesting them to remain in their vehicles on the freight deck Advisories from the Cottage Hospital and the Martha's Vineyard Hospital have been posted, both at our facilities and on our website. We've included prevention tips on board, hand washing tips, for instance. And we've also included notifications for out-of-state customers to self-quarantine for 14 days. On the Nantucket route in particular, we've suspended the driver services to prevent possible transference between customers and employees. We also have some measures that perhaps people haven't been seeing, but are nevertheless important. We've been putting out information about best practices regarding health measures on our internal learning management system for our employees. And I'm pleased with the response, the follow-up that the employees have been doing in terms of checking out that material and keeping up to date in that regard. We've, of course, instructed our employees to be washing their hands frequently, to be using hand sanitizer, and practice social distancing, although in some situations that's difficult to achieve, but nevertheless, they're trying. They have been using masks, and we've received some masks from MEMA, in addition to the ones that we were able to secure. But we've also received some donations from some groups, including the Corona Stompers on Martha's Vineyard. We received some from the Cottage Hospital. We've also received some handmade ones from family of a former employee, the Decker family. So our appreciation for all those donations is extended. In terms of the crews, what we've done is that a vessel crew is assigned strictly to a vessel. We no longer have employees going from one vessel to another, from one route to another. So once they're assigned to a vessel, that's the only vessel that they're assigned to. Before starting their watch for the vessels, we do have a wellness check that's being performed by a trained medical professional. The wellness check includes a questionnaire asking for questions, which include, have you experienced a cold or flu-like symptoms, such as cough, fever, sore throat, respiratory illness, or difficulty breathing in the last 14 days? Next question is, have you had close contact or cared for a person infected with COVID-19? The third question is, have you traveled or been in close contact with someone who's traveled in a geographic area in the past 14 days? Do you think you have a fever? And then at that point, the medical professional takes a blood oxygen reading and a temperature reading of the crew, and a crew member is there. They give him clearance to report to work or is sent home if any of those answers are yes, or they have a temperature. Shoreside personnel, including all facilities, given the same the four questions, we are not doing temperature readings because we don't have trained personnel to be able to accomplish that. Most importantly, we've told our employees that under no circumstances should they continue to come to work if they're sick, not only for their safety, but the safety of their fellow crew members and the safety of our passengers and customers. If any of them do come into work with symptoms or sick, we send them home. No questions. We send them home. We don't want them to be on board. If it means delaying a trip in order to get other personnel on board to do that, we've done that. So we've received cooperation from all of our employees in this regard, and to that we thank them. Although our operations in some regards don't lend themselves to remote work, we've enacted some telecommuting procedures for our administration offices, and we've We have closed our administration offices to the public and our reservation office to the public.
Excuse me,
Until
Bob,
notice.
Sean, somebody's cutting in here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it might be, hang on.
Yeah, I think he's commuted now.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
All right, try again.
All right, so we have had some telecommuting procedures in place for some staff. We've prepared the reservations call center. We got all the equipment. We got the call issues resolved. So that way, if we have to work remotely for reservations, we're capable of doing that. We have created a landing page on our website regarding COVID-19 updates. We asked that our customers continue to look there for updates, as well as our Facebook and Twitter pages. We have been sending out e-news with some updates, and of course, the local media outlets should be checked. So with that, we're trying to keep everyone informed as much as possible, our customers, our employees, and the board and port council as well. So if anyone has any questions. Not hearing any?
Are there enough masks? Sorry about that.
Yeah, we finally were able to get, with the assistance of MEMA, we were able to get a supply of masks. Early on, we were having difficulties getting those. We did work with the Cottage Hospital in order to get some PPEs to put on board our vessels in the event that, the unlikely event that our crews would have to respond to an emergency in which there was a COVID patient on board. So we have those on board each of the vessels. We have gotten a supply of paper masks to go along with the cloth masks that have been donated. But we're continuing to source those because this is going to be an ongoing thing that we'll be needing. Okay, so next item would be some additional measures for the members to consider. Most importantly is schedule modifications. So we continue to monitor the traffic patterns, and part to what Mr. Malcolm was saying earlier, as we look at the traffic patterns for July, August, September, we still have a lot of reservations out there. We're not seeing cancellations in that regard. It's just filling in the additional spaces is where we're not getting those reservations being made. It's the near-term reservations that we're seeing, that there's either moving those reservations out, or they are, in some cases, they're canceling them. So what the staff is part of this is that as we look at the consideration for schedule changes, we look at a number of items. We look at the vehicle reservations that are booked already for those, what commodities we see that need to be transported, the passenger accessibility in terms of the frequency of trips, the ability for our passengers as well as our crew members to be able to socially distance, and also taking into account, anticipation of if there is a need for any emergency services to the island on what those decisions are. So recall at last month's board meeting, the members authorized the general manager to following consultation with the members to execute any schedule modifications, which we feel were in the best interest of the authority and the traveling public. At this time, the reduced operating schedule extends out to May 5th. We're looking at extending the existing service levels out to May 14th, which would coincide with the end of the spring schedule that we have. We feel that this is warranted at the time because we have sufficient vehicle capacity on the vessels. If there is, and we do have some flexibility in terms of being able to add additional trips should we need to, but at this point, I think our recommendation would be to extend the current operating schedule another 9 days out to the 14th of May. In addition,
question. I have a question on that. May?
Yep.
Bob, so if we extend the reduced schedule, which we have because we don't have the traffic, but we extend the schedule out to the 15th, if we begin to get bookings, for instance, if the governor lifts the stay-at-home orders on the 4th or 5th, and we start to get bookings, can we add boats back to accommodate the traffic?
Yes, so not only with the current schedule we have the ability to be able to add trips, like on the Vineyard Run, we'd be able to add trips with the Martha's Vineyard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as long as we can meet demand when the demand shows up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can ramp up. In terms of this, we need to let the crews know they need to get into position in terms of watches and things like that. So we can always ramp up. It's
okay. Thank you.
So additionally, we'd be looking to defer placing the MVINO into service at least through that May 14th date. At this point, we'll have some more on the status of the MVINO later on, but between the numbers we're seeing, and I've been in contact with Highline and the Scudders in terms of the traffic they're seeing, it doesn't seem that there's a need for both of us to be out there at the same time. However, once the INO is cleared for service, I have indicated to Highline that if they need to bring their boats offline for some service, that we'd rethink putting the INO, we'd go to put the INO back on the run. So currently we have the MV Sankaty as well as the MV Katama tied up in Hyannis and Vineyard Haven respectively. These vessels are available to be placed into service immediately should we find a need to provide extra service once we're able to round up a crew, that is. Meanwhile, the overhaul repairs on the MV Island Home have been suspended at the current time, although the remaining work will take about a week's time to get that all finalized and the COI updated and the like, so we can have that vessel ready pretty quickly. The overhaul repairs on the MV Governor have been suspended at this point. In the case of the Governor, we will need about a 3 to 4 week lead time, is what I'm told, in terms of being able to get that vessel up and operational for the season. The MV Nantucket, meanwhile, remains in dry dock at Thames Shipyard. It's expected to be refloated, I think, by the end of the week at this point. Then we have some additional dockside work that needs to be done. So we'll be looking at a repair schedule on timeline for that vessel as well, but we'll have a little bit more on that later. So in terms of future considerations, we're looking at this in terms of what the traffic demands have been at currently and what we're seeing in terms of vehicle reservations, and we still feel that there's enough opportunity for our customers to be able to have some social distancing on board the vessels that we're currently running. So, our recommendation would be to extend the current schedule out to the 14th.
Do you need a vote on that?
I think it's just a matter of if there's any issues. I think previously, the authority was given with consultation, so I'm taking this as being a consultation at this point.
Does anyone wish to consult? Any of the members wish to discuss this?
No, I think it'd be worth staying in touch and communicating on a regular basis so we know whether there are any changes, because the 14th is 3 weeks away.
Yeah,
that's a good point. And that leads into something that I wanted to discuss, and this seems to be an appropriate time. There's so much going on. The authority is under so much pressure for many reasons, and we're waiting to get back to work. what I would like is to schedule a weekly members meeting starting next Tuesday that we would post. It would be a short update meeting. It would not require big packets, but rather than having Bob speak individually to each of the 5 of us every day when there's something to talk about, it would certainly help me, and I assume the other members, to hear what the other members have to say when these issues come up. So if that's all right with the other members, I'd like to put on our agendas every Tuesday at a time that's convenient, a brief 15 or 13-minute update from the Steamship Authority so we can discuss any issues that are relevant as we're in this pandemic emergency situation. Anybody want to speak to that? I think Moira, I think she's giving me the positive finger. Okay. That all right, Rob, that all right with you?
Yeah, that's fine. I just get concerned about taking staff away from other things when they have to prepare for meetings and post agendas and that sort of stuff. But, you know, if it's a quick, short one with nothing else on the agenda, then I guess that's fine.
Yeah, I would think we just post on the agenda updates, operational updates. I don't need a bunch of paperwork. I don't need anything in Diligent, which is for those of you who don't know, our technology information device. But here's what's going on, very quick, all verbal. I'd really like us all to hear it at the same time. And if we have any questions of each other, to be able to explore it. 15 minutes, half hour. Mark?
Because at this point, Bob is calling each of us individually, and that's got to take a lot of time. And there are times when I have questions that I hesitate to ask because I feel like I'm taking them away from activities that would be more productive. So if he could clear that conversation time all at one time, I think it would be more productive for him, and certainly it would enhance my ability to consider the situation.
Fair enough.
I
Is
think
Bob Jones there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You okay with this?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just wouldn't want to cut ourselves short if we're going to, get together and stuff like that, make it worthwhile. 15 minutes and we're out of there. Just make sure that if we can take advantage of this thing, if it takes 20 minutes, I'm in favor.
Okay. Well, let's put a maximum of 30 minutes on it and aim for 15.
I hate maximums. I just say get the job done.
Okay, but we do need our people to operate too, so we'll find a balance, I'm sure. Okay, let
quick.
Bob.
I'll talk quick if it matters.
Bob, you'll just post that Tuesdays, send out a time that makes sense. I think 10 o'clock is fine for me. I'm just sitting in my house, and just operational updates, and just post that appropriately. Thank you. Onward.
Okay, next one is update here about the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. So I'll ask Terry Keneally to come up here and give a little update. We're socially distancing here, so.
Yep, sure. Morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, great. So back on March 18th, the federal government passed the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, and then that became effective April 1st of this year. And what that act provides is 2 weeks of sick leave, in addition to family medical leave.
Terry, excuse me, could you pull that closer to you, that microphone?
No,
It's this one.
Whatever it is.
Close to me, sorry. Is that better, Bob?
Yeah,
I want to socially distance, Bob.
I'd stay away too.
Cheap bags.
Well, I don't want to be getting a citation. So, in any event, you have 2 weeks of paid sick leave, and then in addition to that, there's another 10 weeks of family medical leave for people who are eligible for it. The monies that are expended on that, we're tracking those monies for certain employees. My understanding is that since we implemented the program, we've handed out packets to at least 3 dozen employees who either experienced symptoms, have had a prior medical condition that's required them to miss work, or in fact, we've had people who had to care for loved ones who unfortunately have been exposed to the virus. We also have folks who are providing childcare to their grandkids or their own kids, and because the schools are closed, they're home, and so they qualify for benefits under the plan. I don't have a running tally yet as to how much we've actually expended in that program. It's still a running situation, obviously, but we can put that together and update the board as necessary. We've also handed out, and I don't know if I'm able to do this. Can I hold this up? Or I don't know if you could see this, but these flyers have gone up. I should have a bigger one, but these flyers have gone out throughout our operation, advising employees of what their rights are under the Act. Employees are encouraged to call Janice or myself or their immediate supervisor if they have any questions about the Act and what benefits are available. So if anybody has any questions about that, feel free to reach out to us, and we'll be sure to.
Yeah, Janice on the line too.
Janice wants, actually, I forgot, that's right. Janice is on the line here, so if she has anything to add, she certainly can. Are you muted, Janice?
No, she's not gonna be able to tell you she is, Terry.
I'm talking to Janice in the ether.
Right.
As long as she can hear us.
Janice,
Hello?
you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you have anything there, Janice, on the Families First Act?
No, Terry, thank you. That was great. As you mentioned, we have about 27 folks who have the claims currently, so we're monitoring that on a weekly basis.
You look like you're in witness protection because the.
I don't know why that is. I'm sitting behind a nice bright window, so I don't.
That's the problem. You need to be away from the window.
Yeah, you need to be away from them.
All right, thank you.
That's okay. Keep going.
Okay, well, if anybody has any questions, I think that's all I have on that.
Any other questions of Terrence from the board?
So Janice, you said there are 27 people who had taken the 2 weeks because of illness or suspected illness?
One of those categories, whether it's the lion's share of folks are out due to their physician putting them out due to underlying health conditions.
Yeah.
And about a handful who are out for childcare purposes, and the others are out because they're of their own decision to stay out based on symptoms.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So next item we placed on the agenda was to provide the members at last month's meeting. So at last month's meeting, the members raised the possibility of utilizing the bond proceeds from the 2020 Series A steamship bonds to fund operations. To confirm staff's understanding of the permitted uses of those funds, we contacted the authority's bond counsel and tasked her with providing an opinion letter in this regard. So on April 10th, Ms. Claudia Metzgow, senior counsel at Loch Lord, provided the authorities, who's the authority's bond counsel, provided the authority with an opinion. In short, bond counsel is of the opinion that there is, quote, there is no circumstances under which the authority can permissibly use bond proceeds for operating costs, end quote.
Could you have Mark walk through the flow of funds now? I know it's a little out out of turn, but it would help understand what that means.
Give me 1 second to bring up his presentation.
Reinforce to the people who are listening, the reason that I'm asking for this is that I had found it very hard to understand with the monies that are being spent with the cost overruns and the cash that's flowing into the construction and into the rebuilding and the servicing of vessels, why we couldn't stop projects and start using that money for operations. As I said earlier, having read the legalese of the Enabling Act of 1960, we can't, and this presentation I asked Mark put together, help the layman like me understand this. So you're on, Mark.
Can everyone see the presentation?
I can.
Okay.
All set. Good morning, everyone. This is going to illustrate the cascading of funds we do on a monthly basis based on our cash receipts. This slide too. Okay, so based on our receipts of funds, we deposit into our operations funds, which is used for operating expenses only, 2 months of budgeted operating expenses plus 1/36 of the annual operating expenses. So in a nutshell, basically, we can only carry 2 months of operating cash. Any extra cash that's deposited or received during the month will then be deposited into the sinking fund. That fund is used for paying holding fund for the bonds principal and interest that's due. The interest is due twice a year and the principal is due in once a year. Once we hit those reserves, any additional monies left over will then flow into the replacement fund. Replacement fund, the monies there can only be used for capital projects and bonds. And that number per board vote is equal to the coming year's depreciation expenses. After that fund, if we hit the limits there, then any excess funds will then be deposited into the reserve fund. And the purpose of the reserve fund is in case the Steamship Authority does operate in a deficit, we can pull from the reserve fund. We're only allowed to keep either the greater of 600,000 or 5% of the outstanding bonds. And in this case, that would be 5% of the outstanding bonds, which is just under $81 million right now. And then if there is any excess funds after that, that would go into the bond redemption fund, which then would be able to be used for any either for bond redemption or any projects that you would issue bonds for, such as capital projects. So as you can see in a nutshell, that we are limited to holding 2 months of cash on hand to pay our day-to-day operating expenses.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Yep.
So when you say 5% of the outstanding bonds are 81 million, so it's 5% of that.
Yes.
That would be the limit that we'd be able to put in there.
Just clarifying that.
Once we suffice the sinking fund and the replacement fund.
Got it.
Yeah.
Sean, can you pull up
It's,
the?
in terms of the operating deficit for the reserve fund, that's we're looking at that as being an end of year item. There's language in the Enabling Act about as of December 31st.
Right.
The question is whether we get to the point where if we are operating a deficit and we don't see that we'd be getting out of it, whether those funds could be tapped earlier. So we're looking at that.
Which one?
On the credit card receipts.
Oh, yeah.
So to give you an example of the impact on our operations fund, I put together a graph showing our credit card receipts since March 1st. And Sean's going to pull that up.
Sorry, 1 second. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I don't have a view of it right now, but as you can see,
Can the board see this?
Yes.
Yeah.
from March 1st through March 14th, the credit card receipts were right on par with what we had last year. Once the travel ban came into effect, you can see the significant divergence between the actual receipts and from the 2 years. And that's the main source of funding the, there we go, funding the operations budget. So last year, from March 1st to April 19th, we were just under $11 million. For the same period, we're just under $4 million. You can see the dramatic drop off right before starting the last month's board meeting.
Thank you.
So this item was on the, in terms of the opinion, that was on here for informational purposes. There's no vote required, but, you know, again, it was to clear up, you know, any, you know, one way or the other, whether we'd be able to use those funds, and, you know, based on the opinion of bond counsel, we can't.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So we have certain of these funds are dictated by the Enabling Act as to how much, what's allocated, what percentage. Which ones are dictated by the Enabling Act and which ones are subject to our discretion or vote?
Okay, so the operations funds are dictated by the Enabling Act. That's 2 months worth of projected expenses plus 136 of the net approved operating budget. The sinking fund, that number changes based on our debt service requirements going forward 1 year out each time. The replacement fund is for the replacement of obsolete and retired properties and equipment. The board 22 years ago, I would say, voted at that time to limit the amount of transfers to the replacement fund to be equal to a maximum of the prior year's depreciation. Following that, the reserve fund, which, as Mark pointed out, requirement is that it's the greater of 600,000 or 5% of outstanding bonds. But in this case right now, it's over the $600,000, but it's less than the 5% of outstanding bonds because we haven't had any transfers that went to the reserve fund for probably the last 4 or 5 years. So we don't have any, we haven't been putting any monies. In fact, there's been a couple of cases over the past 5 or 6 years where we did have to remove monies because of what our debt limit was. We had to reduce those monies. Now that we issued these 2020 Series A bonds, that limit is higher. So in theory, we would be able to transfer some money after we did the replacement fund. And then the bond redemption account is just either for the retirement of other debt or for capital, and that just whatever is left over.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mark, for jumping in there.
Anytime. Please, feel free. All set. Right.
Any other questions? Not hearing any.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is potentially salary adjustments for non-union personnel. We were asked by the chairman to place this item on the agenda. So, you know,
Sure, I'll take it. What I'd like the members to discuss is the following. we've cut back on trips. We have laid off people. We have done what we could to stop work on vessels that are in repair. You've seen from the cascading funds that we are limited in our ability to impact costs by throwing cash from capital projects, against operating expenses. So one of the things in a situation like this, having been in other non-state legislated entities, but in private entities, one cuts costs, and one way to cut costs is with personnel. Now, I know that we have a number of people who have been working very, very hard in our staff. I know that we have some places where we have made terrific progress in terms of getting out of some of the operational fall downs with which we're all familiar. And I know that talking about something like this is destabilizing to people. But I'd rather be forthright about it and have a conversation about what the authority should do in terms of all areas of its operation to impact its cost base. And on that basis, I thought it was worth having this conversation amongst the members. So with that, I'd like to open this up to the members.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Can staff clarify what non-union personnel is for the people listening, please?
All right, so the non-union personnel pertains primarily to, it's an unrepresented group. Almost all the people in the administration building are non-union, but we do have at the terminals, the terminal manager, the agents at each of the terminals is non-union as well. We have maintenance. There's a group of supervisors in the maintenance department that are non-union, and also in like our IT group, reservation staff, supervisors are non-union. So most of our employees are represented by one of 8 bargaining units of unions, but this is a group that, because of the nature of their roles, supervisory in nature for the most part, they're not represented other than by us.
And how many people are there? What's the head count?
It's somewhere around 95, typically. And I'll say that at least 40% of those are the frontline people. Those are the agents. Those are the terminal managers. Those are the people at the terminals that have been dealing, on a day-to-day basis with the situations going forward. They're they're also our best customer service representatives and the like. So. And then you have another group that, as I said, the maintenance supervisors to make sure that preventative maintenance or corrective maintenance is being performed and the like. So,
how many out of the total employee population? What is 95 as a percent?
We have about 725 in the summertime. So,
and right now, off season?
Well, right now we've laid off, including non-union people. We've laid off, over 114, and then there's also seasonal hires that we haven't been doing. So.
All right. So with
I'm sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you.
It was about 500 or so people on the payroll.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jim, this is Terry. I'll just let you know. It's my understanding that at the beginning of March, we had about 500 people on the payroll.
Thank you.
Well,
Jim?
Please.
Can I ask a question? And I'm not so sure that this doesn't belong in executive session. But I would like, as a board member, to have a list of all of our employees that earn in excess of, say, between $75,000 and $100,000. I would like that information.
Okay, I think that's certainly a valid request. I would suggest, or I'd request that information be provided to the board members. And if we do want to discuss that, at that point, we'd need to do that in executive session because we're talking about individuals and their compensation. And we could have an executive session on that next Tuesday following our update.
I'd like to do that. And perhaps with an estimate next to those particular employees of how many hours each of them has been working since COVID.
Well,
okay.
I think that's fine. I will say from the conversations that I've been having with people, certainly the people at least with whom I'm talking to them all hours, 7 days a week, but I don't know how many that is. I'm probably talking to 6 people. But thank you.
I understand. I just think it's important information.
I don't disagree.
Thanks.
So Bob, I'd ask you to have that pulled together, and let's schedule an executive session at the end of next Tuesday's informational meeting to discuss this issue.
Well, Jim, I think this is a bigger topic than just gathering the pay grades and things like that. I think we need more information than that, which boils down to necessity, which employees are considered frontline accessories and which aren't. One of the last things I really like to ever even consider is cutting payrolls and cutting the livelihoods of the people who've been working with us, all these years. It's draconian, and I know, and sometimes you have to do that, and I'm prepared to do that, but I want to know that I'm doing the right thing, and I want to know how much money are we going to save by doing it? When will they come? When will they come back? Will they be rehired? Will they get their unemployment? What's the whole thing? So I think if you're going to do that, excuse my phone here. I'm going to. There we go. I just want more on my plate to discuss the whole thing if we're going to come to some sort of conclusions. Because if we don't have all the facts, there's no sense of voting on it. But I
absolutely agree.
A proactive stance on it, and more than happy to go forward with the discussion. But I think we should probably.
I absolutely agree with you. More information we have, the better decisions we can make. What I'd ask then is for each member to send to Bob a list of questions, and perhaps Janice can gather this information for us for the Tuesday meeting, but a list of questions that they would like to have for the data to make informed, difficult decisions should they be appropriate.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that, because when the employees are one thing, cutting expenses are quite another. And I'd like to have more of a picture of if we do this, then that. If we don't, if we cut expenses, what would the upswing be? So you got to. In operations and things of this nature, as I say, my last thing is to cut employees.
I understand.
So,
and if somebody could shut off their phone, that would be really helpful.
That was me. I thought I shut it off.
Okay. Mr. Rainey's got his hand up.
I just have some food for thought. Generally speaking, across the country, the frontline people are really the people we should be giving raises to, not cutting. They're out there putting their lives at stake, and risking, you know, when you drive on the boat and the guy there taking the ticket is, you know, he's really putting himself out there, or the woman, you know, whatever the case is. So, you know, I don't know if cutting the frontline people is the way to go with this thing, but just that's food for thought. I mean, we can discuss it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I certainly, you know, the request for a list of people that earn over $100,000, I really wasn't contemplating the frontline people. I agree with you. I mean, those are the people that are coming into contact with the public. You know, I'm really talking, you know, perhaps more management type. You know, and just in terms of, you know, looking where we've laid off or furloughed, and you know, we probably should have an explanation about the difference between laying off and furlough, and what have we done. You know, how many employees is it now, Bob?
114.
Yeah, 100, somewhere, yeah, around
Yeah,
100.
I just want to make sure that we are looking at addressing sort of a sharing of sacrifice. That's all. You know, I just want to be, you know, I mean, I think it's our job to evaluate each individual's, you know, present compensation, what they are doing, you know, in terms of risk, and whether or not some adjustments need to be made in line with our other cost-cutting measures. You know, for morale purposes as well. So it's just, you know, I think next Tuesday is sort of just the beginning of the conversation.
So if I may, I don't want the impression out there that we haven't been making furloughs and layoffs with the administration staff, with the non-union group, and we have. There's probably about 20% of the administration group, of the non-union group has been furloughed at this point. So you know, we're asking more and more of the people that are here to be picking up, you know, what we've had, and you know, it's affected everything in terms of, you know, every you know, all facets of what we're doing. So.
All right, so we know we're going to proceed on this. Members who have any specific information that would help them in this discussion that we'll have next Tuesday in an executive session, that would be great. Send that to Bob. And Bob, if you keep everybody copied so that we know what's coming, and then we'll discuss this in executive session on Tuesday. Thank you. Want to move forward, Robert?
Okay. Next item we have is request for a vote of the members to authorize a temporary change to the authority's customer policies and procedures handbook, particularly Part E, reservations, Subpart 6, canceling your reservations. And this is in light of the unanticipated and severe reduction in traffic and the uncertainty regarding travel restrictions related to COVID-19. So after reviewing traffic results and forecasting potential traffic for the forthcoming summer, we've reviewed the authority's cancellation policy regarding vehicle reservations and the refunding of collected vehicle fares for canceled reservations. And we feel that there's a need for an amendment to the current cancellation policy that would afford the traveling public more flexibility with their future travel plans and giving them more options. So the staff is seeking approval to change the cancellation vehicle reservation policy by amending it to say that reservations are valid for 2 years from the date they were originally issued, subject to all refund and cancellation policies aforementioned. And this amendment will allow customers with current vehicle reservations to keep the reservations for up to 2 years from the date they originally were issued. Extending the vehicle reservations in this manner would afford customers the opportunity to retain their bookings beyond 2020 and place them either in the same reservation dates in 2021, if they were to be canceling for this year, or to move it to as close of a date as possible. So the staff is recommending that the cancellation vehicle reservation policy be revert back to a one-year standard during next year's Head Start. So this would be reservations for this year would extend for this year and next year, and then starting the beginning of the year would revert back to the one-year limitation.
I have a question. What impact does that change have on our cash flow?
The idea would be that this would afford our customers some flexibility in their travel. So if they are thinking they're not going to be able to travel now, but will be traveling on a future date that perhaps would go beyond the time period that they're able to reserve for at the moment, they give them the opportunity to hold that and basically bank that reservation and be able to move it forward with advance notice of being able to do that. So I think one of the things we're going to need to do is we'll need to have it, our reservation people, customer service people there, explain the policy to the customers, to give them what their options are in terms of, if they were to cancel versus whether they're just to move it to a future date.
Okay, but Bob, my question was cash flow. We're as I understand it, we're extending a liability that we haven't fulfilled out into the future, but we still are retaining the cash and treating it as we currently would. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other members have any questions about this issue?
No.
Comments?
I don't honestly see the need of it, but if management thinks that's a good deal for some reason, 2 years is a long time. I mean, 2 years is a long time. If they can't, these reservations aren't, I assume they're date certain, or are they within a ballpark or something of travel? Hello?
Yeah, so right now, for instance, if someone was to make a reservation on January 21st, for instance, then they'd be able to use that reservation all the way up to January 21st of next year. So what we're asking is that we're able to extend that so that way maybe they have a July reservation or a June reservation. They're not certain whether they're going to be traveling, but they think they'll be traveling later on. They'll be able just to move that and basically bank it to be able to use it for a future date next year.
Any date?
Whatever date they choose.
Yeah.
So
Provided they still follow the other cancellation notices in terms of the advance notice.
Any other member have a question or comment on this?
Do you have any idea? Go ahead,
Dave.
Rob.
No, you go.
Do you have any idea how many reservations this might entail? Any guess?
Yeah, no. So at this point, we're still not seeing. I think the people who have booked for the summer are still, committing to be going. That as we get closer to those dates, that may change. But we're not seeing a lot of cancellations at this point for beyond. Sean's trying to pull up a chart. Hold on a second.
Ah, there it is. Here come the reading glasses.
So this is showing, what sort of reservations have been booked as of April 14th versus a year ago on April 14th. So, we're not too far off for July and August. We're actually ahead for September and right on target for October. It's, as I said earlier, it's the near-term ones, the people that, because of the travel restrictions and, when is the opening going to happen? Some of these other ones in May are also for the truck reservations that, they're going to, construction and whatever that, those are being, moved out or canceled at this point. So.
I have a question on this graph, and it may be just the scale, but the numbers that were presented to us earlier, the 1,600 versus 24,000, it's hard to relate that to this graph.
It's because that month's not on there.
It's the scale.
So what do the numbers on the left mean then? Is it 5,000, 15,000 reservations in May?
I'll let Mr. Rosem address that.
Okay, those are the total reservations made per month comparing this year compared to last year. So if you look at the month of May, we're just under 15,000 for this year compared to about 24,000 next year. So there's about 10,000 less there. Then you look at the month of June, you're looking at probably about a 4,000 to 5,000 difference there. And then if you add them up across the board, that's where we get to that delta.
If you add that up, that gets you to the delta between 1,600 and 24,000.
Yep, and I'll send you the source data for this graph.
I don't want the source data. I just want an answer to the question.
Yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question, or
Yeah.
a comment, really. I don't see this as being that big of a deal. I think it's, you know, the people that are going to take advantage of this are people that were affected by no fault of their own. So I think this is a good thing to do.
I agree with you. Does the red graph, does that reflect cancellations too? Like cancellations through, say, yesterday? Are they reflected in there?
The graph reflects net, so those are outstanding reservations. So if they've been canceled, it's no longer reflected in the graph.
As of when?
April 14th, a week ago.
Okay. And do you have any idea what the cancellations have been from April 14th to date?
Yeah, we're still seeing a net increase in reservations. It's small, but it's a net increase.
Good.
Okay.
Okay. Any further members have any further discussion? I assume this one needs a vote, Bob?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion from the members? Hearing none, is there a motion?
So moved.
I got some head shaking.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Catherine made the motion, Robert seconded it. Any further discussion other than that? Okay, roll call vote. All in favor of the motion?
Jones, aye.
Wilson, I.
Tierney, aye.
Randy, aye.
Malkin, aye. Thank you very much. That's passed.
Thank you.
Okay, Robert, next item.
Quickly, we'll do a update on the results of operations as of February. Maybe our last chance to have halfway decent numbers.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
Well, so for February, the total number of passengers carried on both routes for February was up 6.3% versus a year ago. Just under 6,900 passengers in total. The Vineyard route was up 7.1%. The Nantucket route was up 0.1%. The total number of automobiles carried on both routes for February was up 4.9% versus a year ago, or just under 1,100 automobiles. The Vineyard route was up 5%, and that was almost exclusively with the excursions. The Nantucket route was up 4.2%, and that was also the excursions. Is pretty close there, though. The number of trucks carried, meanwhile, for both routes was up a combined 4.1%, 500 units. The Vineyard route was up 5.2%, and that was primarily with the less than 20-foot trucks were driving that number. On the Nantucket route, it was up 1.2%. And again, the less than 20-foot is driving that number because there was a net decrease of the larger trucks on the Nantucket for February. The total number of cars parked for both routes in February was up 8.3% versus a year ago. The Vineyard route was up 9.9%, while the Nantucket route was down 6.0%. But that 6.0% is only 22 cars, so we don't park a lot of cars this time of year for the Nantucket route. So a small number makes a big percentage. So year to date, as of the end of February, our passengers were up 6.4% or over 14,000 passengers versus a year ago. Automobiles were up 4.1% or over 1,800 automobiles. Trucks were up 2.3% or just under 600 trucks, while our cars parked were up 7.7% or about 600 cars parked. The net operating loss for the month of February was $5,252,000, or some $379,000 higher than what we'd anticipated in the 2020 operating budget. Operating revenues and other income was $4,244,000, which was $92,000 higher than what our budget was. Auto revenues were up $36,000. Freight revenue was up $62,000. Passenger revenue was up $40,000. Parking revenue was up $7,000, while miscellaneous income, which includes interest income and license income, was down $2,000. On total operating expenses and other expenses were $9,495,000, or $471,000 higher than budget. Maintenance makes up most of that. That was $384,000 increase in maintenance. We did have a decrease of $44,000 for the MV Sankaty, a decrease of $167,000 for the MV Nantucket. The Island Home was down by $435,000, but repairs on the MV Ina were up $858,000. So most of those variances are just a timing issue in terms of when we put the budget together back in August on when we expected these expenses to hit versus when they're actually hitting. So our vessel fuel, meanwhile, for the month was $9,000 below budget. Fuel came in at $1.97 per gallon. We had budgeted $2.29 per gallon. And administration expenses were up $139,000, but that was pension was down $93,000. Our health benefits were up $155,000. Disability payments were up by $54,000, while our unemployment was $11,000 below budget, but training was up by $19,000. So during February, we made 1,348 trips, and this represents a decrease of 12 trips or 1% versus what we had budgeted. On the Vineyard route, 0 trips were canceled for mechanical, 29 for weather related, 4 because of traffic demands, while we added 10 unscheduled trips and 27 available trips into the service. On the Nantucket route, 0 trips were canceled for mechanical, 18 for weather related, 0 for traffic demands, while we had 2 unscheduled trips that were added for the month. For the year to date, as of the end of February, our net operating loss was $10,928,000, with some $447,000 higher than what we had budgeted. Operating revenues and other income were up $102,000, while our operating expenses and fixed charges were $549,000 higher than what we had anticipated. I was going to say that on pages 9 and 10, you'll find at that point, our fund balances were in relatively good shape for this time of year, but how quickly things change. With that, if anyone has any questions.
I have a question. What are we paying for fuel now?
Good question.
Yeah, so yeah, they're not paying us to take fuel at this point, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's somewhere around $1.15 a gallon, I think, is what we're seeing right now. So,
Okay, now the follow-up, is there any way to lock that in for a while or no?
at this point, the hedge program is extended until second quarter.
We're into the third quarter.
We're fully hedged through the second quarter of next year and partially hedged for the third quarter of next year.
Okay, okay.
Does that mean that, sorry, does that mean that we enjoy the lower price?
Yeah, so
Or are we committed at a higher price?
it's higher than what it's trading for right now, but at the time, it was a significant decrease versus where we were at for this year or last year. So we did anticipate that there'd be with the program that we'd be seeing somewhere in the area of $500,000 saving on our fuel budget for next year based on, the same operating schedule and the like, so.
I guess I'm confused though. Are we locked in right now to any purchases of fuel that are higher than the market? That's
No.
my question.
Yeah, so with the program we have, the answer is no. The program we have is that we cap our exposure. So if prices were to go up, it triggers the options and that offsets the higher price that we're paying at the pump. Whenever the market goes down at the pump, we're recognizing that decrease on that. So the premiums that we're paying is effectively an insurance policy against any spikes in prices.
So we will have the advantage then of the present lower fuel cost.
Correct, but with a ceiling that we know we won't be going over.
Right. Right. You got it? Because hedging basically
Yeah.
protects you at a certain price when it's rising. So you're okay if it's dropping. I think the biggest issue, which
Well,
is
it
beyond
depends
the
on your
safety,
hedge contract.
correct.
That's why I asked the question.
That's correct.
Every
But the biggest
contract's
issue,
different.
I think the biggest issue facing us with West Texas Intermediate crude now at negative, what that means for the whole economy, because we are so energy dependent. Anyway, that's completely off topic. Sorry, Catherine.
You mentioned that we're paying a premium. What level premium do we pay for this contract?
So it varies when we go to purchase the hedges. What we usually do is we get with the Rich Larkin at Hedge Solutions, we ask him to price out a couple different models, and we look at that to see. So I think we're somewhere in the area of about 15 to 17 cents per gallon on the premium that we pay for those hedges.
So does that translate to market price plus 15 to 17 cents per gallon is what we're paying?
Yeah, so when we report the amounts that the average price per gallon that we have each month, so when I reported earlier that is $1.95 or $6 or whatever it was, that includes not only the price of the delivery, but that includes all the taxes, that includes the hedge premiums that we allocate on the monthly basis. So.
Okay. Anything further on February? Back when it was lovely. Okay. Onward.
All right. So next item we have is an update on current projects. So the Woods Hole reconstruction project. Work continues on the land side for the foundation of the transfer bridge and the southern portion of the sheet pile bulkhead cap.
Excuse me, Bob. We're talking about the piers and the slips here. We're not talking about the terminal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Just the marine portion of this.
Thank you.
Lawrence Lentz has completed most of the landside utility work. The electricians continue to work on the passenger platform and other electrical work. The subcontractor for the canopy, the glass canopy, is on site installing the glass canopy. We have concrete workers and iron workers installing the rebar for the transfer bridges foundation. We have the fuel oil contractor on site doing the installing the fuel oil system for the vessels. Coming up, we'll have final grading of the land side coming up, finishing up the fuel oil system and the electrical and glass work. So I think we've sent out 97 updates to the community at this point, and Bill's here, so he'll walk us through some slides. So.
Give me 1 second to get it up.
Can I interrupt for a second? Did we lose Mr. Jones?
Did we lose Mr. Jones? We appear to have lost Mr. Jones.
We know where he is, but we know where he isn't too.
Hang on, I need to share the screen. Bill, can you just
Okay.
this first?
Perhaps you might have Terrence reach out to Bob Jones.
Yep, I can do that. Do you see the presentation now?
Yep.
Maybe a delay, Bill, so wait for it to make sure that they're up.
Okay. Good morning. Just before we go through the slides, I'd just like to give you a little update on what's going on the site. So as of March 25th, the governor set out a letter with protocols for essential construction projects, which this is primarily public works, which this is considered to be in. We have been following the protocols for that letter, with that letter, and the employee, the construction workers are having their temperatures monitored every morning with a touchless thermometer. They're wearing masks, and they're trying to stay a safe distance away from each other as much as possible. With that being said, the local 25 carpenters union about 2 weeks ago voted not to support the construction, and they've been so there's been a slowdown with the pipe fitters and the carpenters. That has all changed as of today. They're back on the site working at full force. So we have about 30 people on site this morning working on various parts of the job. Go ahead, Sean.
Can you see the board members?
I can see that here.
So this first picture is the landside foundation for the transfer bridge. In the background, you can see the canopy joists. Most of them have been installed. This foundation has been completed as of Friday, this past Friday, so we're in good shape, ready for final grading. Next. This is on one of the utilities. I believe that's an electrical line going to the, a conduit going to the passenger platform. Next. This is the landside pad going onto the passenger platform that was poured about 2 weeks ago. It's all completed. Next. What you're seeing is the north side of the sheet pile cap. You can see the water line, the hydrant there, and that concrete is the north side of the sheet pile cap. That's going to be the elevation of the land side at the once it gets all backfilled. Next. Some more utility work. Lawrence Lynch is installing a water line for the utility platform, and the fuel oil system is going in that area too. This work was done pretty much completed last week. Next. Another view of that landside pad. There's a granite curbing that goes around it, and that's what the difference from the last picture. Next. More utility work. I think this is electricians, or actually this is a sewer pump out line for the vessels. Next. This- More sewer line, sewer work. All three slips are interconnected with the sewer pump out, into the sewer pump out system. So there's a lot of piping going across the site. Next. This is the hardware that they are installing, the standoff hardware for the glass canopy roof. It's all stainless steel. There's actually, this was just the beginning of the installation. There's 3 or 4 of them on each cedar joist. Next. More utilities. Like I said, this has been completed as of Friday. Next. This is an aerial view of the transfer bridge and landside foundation. The piles to the right of this picture are the gallows foundation. You can see that that's been delayed because for about 2 weeks. So hopefully we'll get that going soon. Next. Just another aerial view of the site. It was pretty busy. The land side has been really busy with Lawrence Lynch and all the subs installing the utilities. Next. Just another aerial view. You can see the canopy that's going to be servicing slip 3 and slip 2. This is the north passenger pier. Next. Similar view, similar aerial view. Next. Yeah, just this gives you a relation of the pier, the passenger platform in relation to the 2 slips. It's very tight in between the 2 slips. Next.
That's it.
That's it. I'll take any questions if there are any. Okay, thank you.
Oh, I have a question.
Sure,
Can I have a question?
sure, Kate.
2 questions. One, lights. I'm hearing a lot of complaints about really bright lights at night. What's going on? Is that work oriented or is an ongoing lighting situation?
I think that was an operational situation.
Okay.
We had a temporary, operations had a temporary light set up in slip 3.
Okay.
I got a complaint, I think from Quick Soul, and we stopped. I talked to Robert Townsend. They moved the light. It's
Great.
I think that problem has been taken care of, Kate.
And a lot of people have asked me about water accumulating in the canopy roof. Where is the water going to drain?
It goes into a trough and it drains through the columns. So that there's every other column, concrete column on that canopy has a storm drain. Is a storm drain. Okay.
Thanks.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you.
We're still efforting getting Mr. Jones back on the line.
Thank you.
In terms of the Woods Hole Terminal reconstruction project, at this point, any work on the terminal building design has been placed on hold. The architects are not working on that.
All right, and just so that everybody can understand, you've told me that it's our opinion that we can remain in that building until December 2021.
Yeah, so when we applied for the permit for that building, we had indicated that we'd be needing to use that building for 4 years, at least 4 years. We didn't occupy the building until December of 2017. So we'd be looking, we're under the impression that it should be at least out to December 2021. The state building inspector was taking the position that it was based on when we filed for the application. So we'll have to resolve that issue with them.
Okay, I'll let Sean. Okay, thanks,
Thank you.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, so next item is an update on the vessel repair and dry docks. So I'll ask Mark Anderson to come up here. And
Excuse me, Sean.
Yeah.
Mr. Jones is trapped in just not in participant mode. He's in
attendee.
attendee purgatory.
Okay, let me
Switch
get
him
on
up.
attendee purgatory. Hang on 1 second.
Attendee purgatory.
There's a Starbucks there. It's not so bad. Hang on. Not the list.
Is it like a standby line or what?
It is, yes.
He's out of purgatory. That was the fastest descent and ascent that is biblical.
Can you people hear me?
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Again, and I didn't touch it before, it just has a mind of its own, that's all.
Thank you.
It's got a personality problem.
We're into vessels.
Okay, let me bring up the presentation 1 second. You see the Oak, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Spoilers.
Go backwards.
Yeah.
Not that backwards.
Sean messing with my computer.
I am. Okay, do you see the MV Nantucket right now?
Yep.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'll give you an update on the operational projects that we're dealing with. The first photo here is the dry docking of the Nantucket at Thames Shipyard in New London, Connecticut. Seeing a stern view of the propellers and the underwater areas. The next view here is we're in preservation. This is, we use an ultra high pressure blasting method of removing corrosion and paint, and it's with water, and it's a blast pressure at 35,000 psi, takes it down to near white equivalent. And this is part of our ongoing program for life extension for coatings and protection of structural steel. Next. This is an view of, we have the forward freight doors and the aft freight doors. They're in the dry dock apron and they've been blasted, and we're doing structural steel repairs right now. We anticipate this being completed this week and placed back on the vessel. Next. And this photo here, this is an internal, this is some structural steel replacement we've done. This is inside the freight deck in the air plenum area or on the outside view of the vessel. This is now completed. And this is a view of under the bow thruster. We did an insert of structural steel right below the structural dry dock, in the dry dock under the bow thruster. So that's now complete and coatings have been applied. And so we are, from a cost, repair cost analysis, our original contract value is 1.292 million. We have expended to date 1.105 million. So we still have change orders to come in, but I think that we're pretty close to being right on our mark on budget. The anticipated undocking date is the 24th of April. The original contract dry dock date was the 17th. They put another vessel in between us before, which kind of delayed our docking date. We've had some weather, but we're pretty close to those dates. Should be anticipated 24th and the completion date of 30 April. Excuse me?
Mark, I can't tell you how much I love to hear on budget. Thank you.
And the next project on the, is the INO. Okay, this picture is here at Fairhaven Shipyard. She's completed the underwater area. We did some inserts, our thruster work, jets. It's a typical dry dock package. The next photo, this is the undocking and placement of the INO in the water. And she, at that point, we brought her over to Fairhaven, our facility in Fairhaven. Next photo is, this is the installation of the one of the main engines, the #1 MTU main engine. We now have both engines, gearboxes, everything is installed. Today we have MTU on site, and we're doing the startup of the engines. We had a 2-week delay as MTU was, their contractors are out in the Washington area, and they got into came in contact with a COVID-19 situation, and they went into quarantine, which is the reason we delayed the startup until now. The current plan is for the vessel to do all of our startup checks this week, and we intend on doing our company sea trial on Friday. And early next week, we'll do our Coast Guard sea trial, and then she'll be ready for service. So as far as the INO dry dock cost analysis, the dry dock repair period was $437,000, and we had 247,000 in change orders, and they were primarily in 2 different areas, which could not be anticipated, and that is a crack in the shell plating in way of the side shell and the hull on both sides, and also we had upon inspection of the jets, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 jets, we had additional work there, which constitutes the delta between the 2. And that takes care of the INO. The next is the island home. The island home is complete. The only items remaining is the testing of the davits and the Coast Guard inspection. We anticipate the vessel could be ready as early as 5 to 7 days. We have her right now there's no work being done on the vessel. This is a photo of the cutlass bearing of one of the shafts that we did some work on in the shipyard at Thames in New London, Connecticut. And this picture, the following picture, this is a picture of the gearbox. We originally went in, the package had 1 gearbox that was done. Upon finding additional damage in the gearboxes, which required machining, we did the other gearbox as well. And the vessel is, again, this is completed in January and February, and now she's back over at Fairhaven Repair. So from the dry dock cost analysis point of view, the difference between the contract items, the original package was $1.97 million. The delta between the final of $2.361 million is the overhaul of the other gearbox that was not anticipated for this docking. And I think if anyone has any questions on the vessel operations.
I do. Mark, with the INO and the island home cost overruns and change orders, what do you see us doing going forward so we have a better handle on what we're going to pay for these types of operations?
Well, we're into a planned maintenance program now, and with the additional people that we have on board, you'll see a much tighter specification going out to the repair yards. So I think you'll see much less change orders and more contract items. I don't foresee the degree of change orders on a proper specification. So we now, like for instance, on the Eagle, we're set to send the specification out. We want to get it out in a comprehensive specification 6 months ahead of time. so we can get into a much wider variety of shipyards. But the idea is to have a comprehensive specification with limited change orders. But in this, in the shipyard business, there's an underwater aspect that we can't quite see everything to include. But I think that's what you should see going forward.
Thank you. Any members have any questions, comments?
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Where are we at with the boat that's at Sinesco right now and requests to sort of delay the work on that?
So what we've done is we have the Katama. This is what you're referring to, correct?
Yeah.
There currently is no vessel at Sinesco, but I think you're referring to the Katama dry dock scheduled for this summer.
Yes, yes.
So
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
So what I've done is we have put forward to the U.S. Coast Guard a request for a one-year extension on the Katama. And at the time period, their contract date in the dry dock is in June to go in for this overhaul repair period. We have put in a request due to the present situation of an extension of 1 year, and they have come back and said they will consider that a 6-month extension within 30 days of the required dry dock period, and that would be in August. So our status right now is we have put in a request to Thames of, excuse me, to Sinesco of some alternate payment terms of up to 1 year, and we have not heard a response to date.
Okay, and when was that sent to them?
It was sent a week ago Monday.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so the next topic is the Oak Bluffs Terminal.
Give me a second.
So this is this is a view of the Oak Bluffs Terminal, which everyone is familiar with.
Does everyone see this?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this has some history with it. Obviously, the northern section. Maybe go to the next photo, next slide. So you'll see on the there we go. The forward area or the top area you can see of this plan view drawing is shows that we've had you have different elements of construction over the years. On the top view, top area is a concrete over a repair that was done a number of years ago, I believe in 2007. And where you see the section below that is the existing wooden pier. And to the bottom of that is the new area that has the passenger embarkation area that's steel monopile. So, but what we're talking about today is the middle area. Perhaps we go to the next slide. So we have some, could you go to the east end?
Now you're talking.
Okay, so a little background on this is we did some inspections in January, and in those inspections, we were able to see the top areas, not the underwater areas, and I recommended to the GM that we do a complete underwater inspection at that time. And that was in February after doing a visual, and we brought in a subcontractor, and they performed a dive survey, and they have come out with some recommendations that 8% of the piles need to be replaced, and a number of 315 linear feet of the caps need to be replaced. And that is the current situation with the color coding that you see on this plan view of the east end, the white areas can take a full Class 8 truck up to an axle load of 32,000 pounds. The areas in green can take a Class 6 truck with an axle load of 24,000 pounds. The yellow areas can take a Class 5 truck with an axle load of 16,000 pounds. The orange areas can take a Class 2 pickup of 7.5K. And the areas in red, no vehicles are allowed in those areas. So what we have done is gone out and they obviously, to be able to use vehicles on this, we have to replace some 35 pilings and 350 linear feet of caps to put this in full operational to be able to take a Class 8 tractor trailer truck. So presently, the current schedule is a technical specification by our consultant will be completed by the 24th of April, and procurement distributed on the 24th, same day. And the bids are due on the 7th of May with an award date on the 7th of May. The materials, the pilings are a 2 to 3 week delivery time with a cost of $37,000. And the caps are a 5 to 6 week delivery time at a cost of just over $14,000 for a grand total of material costs of $52,000. The critical path item here in the repair is the acquisition of the caps, which they have to go. It's a certain specification. It has to go out for treatment, and so the best schedule that we would have for repair right now would be piles. They can put 35 piles at 3 per day is approximately 12 days. The caps at 15 linear feet per day is about approximately 22 days. And short posts, that's a smaller area of 3 days. So the total installation is 36 days with a single shift. If 2 crews were able to be utilized, it would be 24 days total. So based on 2 crews, we're probably looking somewhere approaching the week of 22 June if the materials were able to be ordered by SSA this week. That's the current situation.
How did we get from 22 June from the 15th of June?
Materials. Right now, we would have to, and we just have a preliminary of going out to various contractors, and that's really the issue is with the caps. If we can bring the caps down, and we can bring that to a shorter delivery time, we can bring the project to the schedule to the left rather than the right.
And what do you have to do that to get the caps?
We need to find a source. Or we can reduce it by 1 week if we offset and do not do the treatment on it, but that would cause a rework in the fall. So that doesn't make any sense. So that's we're in a material situation at the moment.
Have you looked to see if there's another source for caps?
We've looked in 4 or 5. We've been out on the street, looking everywhere for the caps. We have not found a shorter lead time at the moment, but we have not stopped in that endeavor.
Right. And how much do we have in the budget for this project?
I think there was
I think overall there was $750,000 in the budget that included decking repairs as well.
And what is the estimate for this project?
We haven't received the bids back, obviously, but from our consultant, it's probably somewhere approaching 500,000.
Okay.
And where
What
would
do
we
we
get
need?
that money?
Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry,
Moira
Mr.
has a question.
I'm sorry, missed it.
Yeah, Bob, where would we get that money?
That is a good question. That's why we raised the issue. Looking at the cash flow, in terms of what we have, the timing of when these bills would be coming in. We do have, we'll be talking next here about following it, about some of the monies that we have from the FTA coming in. So those funds, portion of those funds may be available in May for this.
Is it safe to use the terminal just for foot traffic?
Yes, it is.
So we could just use, we could defer this project and still have customers come over and walk off the boats, right? Both Sea Streak and our boats?
It wouldn't be an efficient use of our vessels to be just transporting passengers, you know, for instance, on a freight boat, you know, to that facility.
Is it suitable for cars and not trucks?
There's sections of it that are not suitable for either.
So what is your, as general manager, what is your recommendation? And I mean, it seems like this is something that we probably, in light of the current situation, may have to defer.
Well, you know, I am concerned about the cash flow on how this, you know, how this is going to play out. I am also cognizant of, you know, how important that facility is to, you know, the people in Oak Bluffs and Edgartown and the like, in terms of being able to stage it. We do build our schedules around the fact that, you know, we have weather considerations in Oak Bluffs, so that way the schedules themselves can all be accommodated in Vineyard Haven, but then that's additional traffic going through Five Corners and the like, so.
Yeah, but may I say something? Representing the Vineyard and the statement that I opened with, we want to be ready when people want to come to welcome them here. The Oak Bluffs facility is one of our gateways in. If this were not a state mandated entity, the Steamship Authority, if this were a private entity, privately held entity, I'd be looking at all things that we could do to hold back on cash and still provide a service. But as the service to the islands, the service to the island of Martha's Vineyard actually does require us to provide access for people and vehicles through Oak Bluffs. There is a detrimental effect to Vineyard Haven and the already existent traffic situation there if we start running all of the trucks through Vineyard Haven, which is something I've looked at as well. I think that given the fact that we're looking, if I'm not correct, at burning it about $1 million every time we turn around here, that the $500,000, which is under the $700,000 that we originally budgeted, is an appropriate use of our funds to be open and ready to handle the traveling public that comes to our island when the governor lets them in. And I'd like to be able to do that.
With all due respect, Mr. Malcolm, I have to strongly disagree. I think our first and foremost responsibility is to the financial stability of the Steamship Authority so that we can provide goods and services to both islands. So our financial stability is of utmost importance. We don't know where we stand from the governor vis-a-vis the letter that Bob just sent. It's $500,000 of cash that would have to be expended this year. And it's just not prudent. It's not like there's not another way to get goods and services to Martha's Vineyard. I recognize that this is, a problem for the vineyard, but the entire functioning of the Steamship Authority right now is a problem. And where we have an alternate way to get goods and services and tourists and people to the vineyard on a temporary basis until we can get through this COVID-19, I think it would be a horrible use of funds to repair this facility right now. I just, I think it's financial suicide. We need to preserve all the cash that we have for regular general working capital. It's not to say that this isn't going to be a huge priority for next year, but we don't even know what the traffic is going to be like on the vineyard this year. We need to save cash. So I strongly disagree with you. And I think as a fiduciary, where, ultimately, we don't know what the financial future is as we stand here and sit here in this, well, not stand here, I'm sitting, as we're in this meeting today. We just don't know. So, I would strongly recommend that we defer any action on this particular project right now.
Rob?
I just have a couple of questions, I guess, and forgive my ignorance on Oak Bluffs. I focus on one island at a time and I get lost over there. But these repairs would come out of the operational budget, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a repair, so it's an operating cost.
Okay, and so if this was done and we did the repairs and we were, say operational with that pier by, the beginning of July, I mean, how does that, I'm just kind of wondering, I guess, the impact on the operations over there and, what it would look like not having it as opposed to having it, even though we don't know what the traffic levels are going to be. I'm not, I guess maybe I'm not even sure what I'm asking, but I think that understanding the big picture is what we need to do here.
Okay.
Mr. Davis, what's your recommendation?
Well, again, this is a project that we had planned on doing. It's just that now with the COVID, we don't, where our finances are going to be. Hopefully, in one regards, we could be looking at, since the bids aren't going to be able to be open until May 7th, we may have a little bit more clarity by the time the bids are open in terms of where we stand. And at that point, we could choose to go forward with the project. In terms of the operating costs, I think, just plus, we're looking at somewhere around $140,000 a month for operating costs for that terminal in the summertime, based on the the manning levels and the hours of service that we have scheduled for that. I think that's what Rob was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess so if it costs that much to run that terminal, we're obviously, based on our traffic, making that back for that time period. So it's not, to me, this is probably, all things being equal, money well spent, because we're going to be making whatever the operational costs for that pier are over the summer, we're going to be making that back, assuming that, people are traveling at all. I don't understand when people get to Woods Hole and they're deciding between going to Oak Bluffs or going to Vineyard Haven, is it because they're going to different parts of the island, or is it because of convenience to the schedule? I think for me, understanding that helps, because, having 2 points of entry, might not be a big deal if everyone's going to the same place. But if you're diverging the flow and keeping some people out of Vineyard Haven because they're going to Oak Bluffs, you know, you're kind of helping the island in a way that they're used to. I'm rambling.
You know, everything's changed right now, you know, and it's only about 3 miles, and I understand the Five Corners, his problem and all that, but it's only about 3 miles between the two terminals. And you know, I'm not saying that the Oak Bluff terminal isn't important to us. It clearly is important to us. I'm just not sure it's important to us right now in light of our current cash crunch. I mean, that $500,000 would be how many weeks of our operating expenses?
We're burning $1 million a week right now. So that's half a week.
Half a week, yeah. I mean.
So may I, with all due respect, say the following. One, the Steamship Authority makes most of its profit off of passengers. Many passengers who come to Martha's Vineyard, who are day trippers, want to go to Oak Bluffs. And Oak Bluffs got an economy that is very dependent upon those people coming in. And not coming into Vineyard Haven, waiting for a bus, and then getting over to Oak Bluffs. Many people come here in the summertime to go to Oak Bluffs and go back. And while as I think I introduced this thing by saying, Moira, absolutely in a private industry situation, I get that. But if our obligation is to serve the islands and the people of the islands, we have a large business community that depends upon the people coming off of that ferry in Oak Bluffs. And it's been my commitment to the island to say that this is how we've operated, this is how we intend to operate, and as soon as the governor lets people start traveling, we're going to accommodate the people. Now that's my view. I think Catherine had her hand up.
Yeah, I see all the points. I'd like to point out again, though, that the two towns are 3 miles apart. And whenever I've gone over with the kids, it really doesn't matter which town we go to first or which town we leave to come back to, because they are so close together. I'd also point out that everything that arrives in both of those two ports goes through one port. So we understand what it's like to be congested and inconvenienced. So it's all coming through Woods Hole and then diverging to two ports. Mm-hmm. So if we put this off for a short period of time until we know where we are financially, I would vote to do that.
Well, my response to that is what we've just heard from Mark Adamson is that under the best circumstance, if we go forward with this, we're not going to be able to open by Memorial Day, which is when it normally opens.
Right.
Or by the 15th, which is what I had thought, but he's now saying it's a week after the 15th. That certainly by then we'll know what we need to do, and this is something that we need to do anyway. That's where I am.
Here's a question. If we send out the request for bids, what are our obligations at that point? Can we send out requests for bids and then evaluate the situation then?
Yeah. As long as we're not committed, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. So right now we've advertised for the project. As Mark mentioned, we expect to get the engineer's drawings by the end of the week. Procurement informs me they have a list of 14 contractors that they will be sending those packages out to.
This week, right?
At the end, as soon as we get the documents from the engineer.
Which is this week.
This week, yes. The 24th is when he's.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, actually, 24th is Friday.
Yeah.
So they'd have it until the 7th. And then on the 7th, we'd be scheduled to open it. Now, we could, at that point, choose not to open them or choose to open them but defer awarding of the contract based on the price. But the issue is that, as Mark was explaining, regardless of that, we would have to commit to purchasing these lead time items because they'd be owner furnished equipment. So we'd be on the hook for about $50,000 in pilings and wood.
That's correct.
Which we could use at any time?
Yes.
Yeah, we'd store it and use it.
Right, we could store that. Can you ask the engineers if we could do 2 parallel considerations? One, is there a quick fix we can do so that cars, pickups can go to Oak Bluffs and then we return to it at a different time?
So we probably could address it that way. The issue is there's not going to be that much more time to get it done right. And the other issue is that you're going to end up having mobilization and demobilization costs. So it's going to end up being far more expensive to split it.
And we know it's not going to be $500,000. We know that. I mean, every project we touch is over what we budgeted for. Every project. But let me ask you a question: is how important, Mr. Malcolm, if I don't know whether or not you know the answer to this, is foot traffic versus car and vehicle traffic to your Oak Bluffs constituency?
I would suggest that cars, now I don't have data, and this is anecdotal, but I would suggest.
Dr. Fauci.
No, I don't have the data. The
Okay.
cars and foot traffic is very, very important to the town of Oak Bluffs and its economy, and that the issue of truck congestion in the Five Corner area is a huge issue for the entire island economy. You can't separate. I had thought you could separate it out. I had thought to Catherine's point, one port, that's what they're dealing with. One port, we should be able to do that. I can't see a way that works for this island.
Well, you know what? Under normal circumstances, I would agree with you, but this is not normal circumstances. I mean, we are hemorrhaging, and we can't forget that deficiencies, and I'm speaking for New Bedford now. New Bedford could end up with 10% of, a charge to the deficiencies if we don't get some, COVID super funding.
And the island could end up with 35%. I absolutely get that, Maura.
Okay, so it just seems, until we know what we're going to get from the governor, until we know what traffic projections are going to be like, because I think sort of people are sort of saying, hey, let's hold on either canceling a reservation or making a reservation. I'd like to know what the real estate brokers say, but the reading that I found in the Wall Street Journal about the Hamptons, for example, is they can't rent properties in the Hamptons right now. I don't know if we're the same way. I don't know that. I mean,
Mr. Rainey wants to talk. I'll tell you this. The articles I've read in the Wall Street Journal about the Hamptons is they're having a hard time keeping people away from the Hamptons.
Well, that's not what I've read, sir.
And having said that, to your point, I think that this is something that we need to do. I think that it's half a week's loss, the 500,000. We did just hear from Mark that we actually did a project when the Nantucket that's coming in under budget. I think that the hire of Mark and the work he's doing is going to put us in a better situation with our projects going forward. And I have a problem not putting this out to bid, and for two reasons, one of which is, I think, just in terms of business efficiency, and the second is, if the Steamship Authority starts giving a message that says we can't operate and serve you the way that we've normally served you, I think that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that says to people, why would we go to the islands?
We've already given that message. I mean, don't you read
And
see our steamship? Don't you read the letters to the governor? We've given that message, and it's directly related to the COVID crisis. We have to
okay, sorry.
preserve cash. I think it's fiscally irresponsible, quite frankly.
Mr. Rainey had his hand up.
So here's my thinking on a little bit of this. Sometimes not doing something is more expensive than doing it. In this case, this dock is exposed to the ocean, and if we don't maintain it and keep it, functional, the next time we come around in the fall after the season's over, because we're not going to be able to do any work during the season, when we come back to the fall, it's going to be in worse condition than it is right now. And it's going to cost us more than if we keep, this. I look at this as sort of an ongoing maintenance of that dock, which we have to do every year. There should be, a certain amount of money set aside every year to maintain that dock, because it's constantly costing money to upkeep because of pilings and everything getting slammed by winter storms and on and on and on. So I think from a practical standpoint, not doing something here is going to end up costing us more in the long run. And I think we just do it, get it going, and then we don't have the problem with people screaming at us about not having transportation to the island. I think that we need to do this, and yes, it's expensive, and I think we just need to do it.
Okay. Unless anybody has any new points to make, I'd like to move forward on this.
Can you see me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yep.
You can't
Yes,
see
sir.
me?
Can't see you, can't hear you.
Well, I've been wrestling this computer for the past 15 minutes, and I'm sorry. And so I'm just trying to figure out where you're at this particular juncture. The host has asked you to start your video. Where the hell's my video?
Bottom left.
We're discussing
Where?
fluffs, Bob.
Bottom left, there should be a video icon.
Bottom left. Wait a minute.
We can hear, there you
How
go.
about that?
Wow, yay!
Oh, God, I can see myself. I'm turning it off. Listen, let me ask you a question here. And I think somebody asked, but is there any way of making that serviceable by adding sheet steel to spread the weights, across those pilings? I don't know how bad those pilings are. I don't know what determines it when they need complete refurbishing, or if they're, 3/4 okay, or if they're 3/4 bad. But if there was a steel sheet laid across to distribute the weight, I mean, could we get certain vehicle weights and limits on the dock during this period?
We've looked at a number of different scenarios, including that, Mr. Jones, including a fiberglass. One of it is a fiberglass composite with cement core, and another type was a wrap with another cement injection. And we came out at the very end that the simplest and best solution and permanent repair is for the piles. And the piles are they're the foundation of the entire pier, and you have to replace the foundation to get the stability and structure back in for vehicles.
Do we know how deep we have to sink the piles?
I believe they're about 30 feet.
And how do you access? You're going to take the top decking off?
Top decking off, and all the work would be done from the top side. So we would not have a weather issue with the barge and a crane. Everything would be done from the top side, except there would be some floats underneath that would be used for positioning and work on the caps.
What about the cross members? Any problems with that installation?
The cross members are the caps. So we have
Good.
315 linear feet replacement of caps.
And what size are the caps? They're wood, I assume.
Yeah, there would, there's lengths of 20 foot and 16, and the dimensions are 12 by 12. They're a #1 pine.
#1 pine, they're not yellow pine or anything like that?
No, it is southern yellow pine to be exact.
It is southern yellow pine. Okay. Well, so my thought is, you know, it's got to get done. It's got to get done sooner or later. And I would rather bite the bullet now and go for it. I'm not sure whether they will make the middle of June or whatever your projections are. But there's one thing that I don't believe our ridership is going to be full force anywhere this spring and maybe even this summer. So now's the time to do it. We're not going to like it, but I think it just needs it. You put it off and you're just buying more problems and a lot of consternation along with it. So that would be.
Mr. Rainey and then Catherine.
How flexible is the Oak Bluffs schedule to adjust on the fly?
What, in terms of when it's opened?
Well, yeah, so assuming we do this work and we get with the pier all set and we can open and function, and we see that, you know, the service level is not something that we've anticipated, is it easy to ramp up or down the service into Oak Bluffs?
Yeah, so, you know, because if it's being exposed like that, it's not out of the ordinary that there are days that we have to end up closing the facility because of the weather. So they're kind of used to that.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Wilson.
I found Rob Rainey's point very compelling, and I think I would like to see about getting the materials, sourcing the materials, putting the bids out, and then coming back to the question about whether, you know, if things have really fallen out the bottom and we really have no money, then that'll give us some guidance as to what to do. Can we bifurcate this and say, go for the materials and let's continue the conversation? We'll probably do it if we can, because of what Rob had pointed out, that really we do need to keep the pier in operable shape.
Yes, we can do that. We could also say that we're going to proceed with this because we anticipate that as the governor opens, the state, that people will start coming and we're going to see that, and on that basis go forward. But as was pointed out, and I think Ms. Tierney pointed this out, we can put the bids out in any event, and the message is we're going forward. But until the 7th, when we would open the bids and make a decision, we aren't committed to anything other than getting the materials on hand that we'll use at any event.
One of the factors here may also be, I've just received word that the Governor Baker has closed the schools for the remainder of the year. So, you know, that we'll have to see how that impacts our traffic levels.
Yeah.
Well, if at least just to finalize what I'm saying, as far as I'm concerned, let's put the stuff out to bid. Let's see what we get in there. If I don't want to necessarily just wait till we get all that to make a decision, because there's a lot of work doing that, but I would just soon, you know, go forward. It's only going to cost more money in the end, and we already know what it is in Woods Hole to start projects and have to stop them again, and you've got to restage them, and everything costs more money. And the economy here now, we need to do everything we can to bolster the economy, which means getting Oaks Bluff up and running the way it's supposed to be. So that would be my vote. And I would make a motion to that effect if somebody wishes, we could do that.
Okay, if that's a motion, is there a second to that motion?
Can you state the motion again, please?
That we go forward as we're doing now, put everything out to bid. See what we get in, but go with the intentions of getting this job done this year, this spring, as soon as we can. Because to do otherwise, it's just gonna cost more money, and we can't afford more money. And there's one thing that we do need is to bolster the economy, and that's a critical issue in Oak Bluffs in that area to get that up and running, whether we like it or not. So my motion in short is to put it out to bid, and let's go forward.
But I don't think we should have the vote now. I mean, I think we need to know the numbers. I don't think we've gotten notice that this was going to require a vote. So I think the vote has to be at another meeting. I don't think procedurally it's accurate that we vote to go ahead with this project right now.
Well, we always have to get the bids in, and then we vote on whether we accept the bids or not and go forward. So we're not saying whatever it is, we're going to spend it. We're going to come in, and every bid you have that comes in, you've got to accept it.
Say that again? Every bid that comes in, you got to accept it? I missed that part, Bob.
Well, you've got to approve.
Act on it. Okay.
Huh?
That I have. So if what I'm hearing is correct, and Bob Davies, tell me if I'm missing this. We have something in our operating budget. It's our intention to proceed with the plan and to put it out for bid, and then review the bids when they come in, which is slated to be the 7th of May. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you need any formal authorization to do anything?
No, what it will require is that it'll require a meeting of the board, either the afternoon of the 7th or the 8th, to discuss whether it be award. And Ms. Tierney is correct. That way we can provide the appropriate notice.
Cool. That's fine with that. So that's fine with me. We're going to proceed with this. We're going to get the bid out on Friday, and we are going to have weekly meetings and updates. In any event, we'll be looking at traffic and progress reports. And on I don't have a calendar in front of me, but then on the 7th, which is a what day?
It's a Thursday.
We'll schedule a meeting for the 7th to open the bids and review what we're doing going forward. Is that correct?
Yeah. And along those lines, the materials themselves would not be part of the bid package. So that would be we'd source that internally, and it become owner furnished equipment.
Well, that's fine, because as I understand it, you will get them faster and cheaper that way.
Yeah, but it'd have to be, we're going to be, somewhere in the $50,000 to $60,000 range, and buying materials for this. So just want to make sure it's clear that if we go ahead, with that effort.
But just saying,
52,000 was what you said earlier. Yeah.
Do we have $50,000 left?
Yes, we do.
At the moment.
Okay. All right. Well, good catch, Moira. We didn't need a motion. I appreciate that. So we're moving forward as discussed. Next subject.
Okay. So next item was update on the HMS recommendations and the implementation. I just want to give you a quick update there. So with the staff's focus on addressing the COVID-19 related issues, in an effort to preserve some of our working capital, I notified Gloucester Associates that their services related to the implementation are being placed on hold, and then once the pandemic has subsided, we'll revisit restarting this initiative. So they were understanding about that, and wished us well.
So don't we have a contract with them?
It's time and material, so we're just
Okay.
told not to.
Gotcha. Good.
All right. Diligent has just timed me out, but while we go back in, well, I get back into Diligent. One of the things I'd like to discuss, and I've mentioned this to Bob, is that one of the recommendations in that consultant's report was for a position of the COO. Now, I know that in our Enabling Act, it says that the general manager is the COO. And but from my point of view,
It's actually the bylaws.
okay, pardon me, in the bylaws, you're correct. It defines the general manager as the COO. I could use other titles, but in the report, it discusses a structure that has an individual responsible for the engineering as well as the shoreside operations. My observation, as I've shared with Bob Davis over the past month, has been that he's heavily involved, spread very thin, touches many, many things. And I think as we look at what we want to build with this business going forward and this operation to be as efficient as possible and as detailed as possible in executing on projects, in bringing things in on time and on budget, I think that that's a position that, call it what you will, is well worth having. And I'd like to have that discussion with the members.
Are you looking for that right now, or is that a future agenda item?
Well, I'd like to have a discussion about it going forward. It seems to me that if the members thought that this was something worth pursuing, that we would set up a search. We'd first develop a job description and appropriate title. We would then create we would then go out with I'm sorry, I'm blanking, with an advertisement to fill the position as described. We'd have a search committee that would receive applications, review the applications, see if they were suitable. If they weren't suitable, we could continue to look. And then the search committee could bring to the members several finalists, and the members would review them and make a decision going forward. I see that whole thing taking about 3 months, that kind of a process. At least that's been my experience. People need to give notice when they leave a position, so on and so forth. And that would put us, into end January, early July, to be looking at what was available and who was available to serve what I see as the goal of making a more effective operation going forward.
If I may,
Yeah.
I see the need. We discussed this at one time, whether we would get a second in command or not, and it's far back when when Wayne was here, and each time it was kind of scuttled, and when Wayne would go on vacation or something, Bob would fill in, or Mark or one of the other senior staff would do it. But you always have that thing, if somebody's incapacitated in some way, there is certainly a need for a second in command. But I know in the town of Barnstable, I don't know the rest of your towns, but we have an assistant town manager and have had one for years, and it works well. And it works well because the town manager delegates, what he wants the assistant to do, and they work well together and they complement each other and they can fill in each other's absence. So, but I would, before doing that, I would like to finally, I'm still looking for those straight lines in that table of organization. And I know in the big volumes of books that you gave us, which I'm most grateful for. To build up my arms, anyways. But I would like not only the the straight lines and little bubbles and stuff like that. I'd like a name that's still in the thing at the present time, so I'd know. Now I know a little bit more too, because I've gone onto the website and that's very good, giving the department heads and things like that. That's something that's more than I knew before, or seen anything in writing that I can pull out of the thing. But I guess I'd like to know Bob's thought on that. I know I think with all of the new hires we have, and I've said it several times, is we've got to make everything work. We've got to grease the gears so everybody knows what they're doing, and there's straight lines of authority and things. And this is a honeymoon period, really, with the new hires, and they're filling in. As far as I'm concerned, they're doing a wonderful job of filling in. Of course, we hired them with the fact that we knew they could do the job. They wouldn't have got it if they didn't. So along those lines, I'm fine. But I'm sitting a little in your camp, Jim, of doing it. But I'd like to know. I'd like to hear some comments from Bob, if he wishes to make them at this time or later.
That's me. Okay. I understand the importance of the position that HMS had recommended, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that we have brought in a lot of new people to the organization that we're still getting up to speed and making a lot of changes here, operationally in terms of what we're doing. I'm also wondering about the message that we're talking earlier today about possible salary reductions for the people that are working here, and then we're sending them a message that, well, yeah, we're going to cut you, but we're going to bring someone else in, and it's kind of a mixed message that we end up sending there. And I think in the long term that yes, but I think the focus at this point I think should be on addressing our current needs and moving forward, and then once that settles, we can look at it. But it's up to the board.
I just want to make one comment on salary reductions and stuff. Personally, I want that to be one of the last things that we tackle. The people who come in to work for the authority, we get really top help because we pay well. All of our benefits are excellent in things of this nature. If we start becoming a shaky ship, then, we're not going to get the caliber of people that we have. And I don't know what's going to happen to the people who live in hand to mouth in this economy here. And it really upsets me. And so I don't want, I'm already distressed that we've let, 104, 108 people go on furlough. It sounds like there may be more. But I don't want to pound the employees too much. I want to look at other cost saving avenues here. But anyways, thanks for your comments on that. I'll leave it up to you folks.
Anybody else?
I worry about there's so much that goes through the general manager's position, and we rely on that position so completely for everything. And so that sort of makes it a weak link. And I'd like to figure out organizationally how to build in some, I don't know whether redundancy is the right word for it, but certainly a protection so that when, if something happens to the general manager as an individual, we have somebody else, we have others that are able to fill in the gaps. So that's one concern I've had. Another concern I've had is that all our information as board members go through the general manager. So we rely on you for everything that comes to us and evaluating the information, and also everything that comes from us to the rest of the authority and to the public goes through the general manager. And when it works, it's fine, but when it doesn't, then we're in trouble. And there are times as a board member that, and I don't know how to fix it. So I'm not really able to finish my thought except to say that it seems to be something that needs some attention.
Mr. Rainey, you looking forward into the camera to say something, or just looking?
That's just my normal look.
Okay, so it's a good look.
I
Want
wasn't,
to add any?
this wasn't specifically on the agenda, so I wasn't really prepared to discuss this at this point, but I think it's a discussion that we should keep open going forward, because I think it's important for us to constantly sort of be reevaluating ourselves and the structure of things and how it's working. And, you know, if it's not working, then we need to do something. Although, you know, right now in the midst of this COVID stuff and everything else, it's a little bit hard to go out, get somebody fresh, stick them into a spot that they then have to be trained by other people that are already busy doing other stuff. And it's, you know, I don't know that this is the right time, but I definitely think it's a good discussion to have ongoing.
Okay.
My general thought is that probably the timing of this is not great. You know, that's, you know, my thought. I mean,
If I could just put my 2 cents in, this is Terry. I would encourage the board to reach out to anyone. The fact that you feel like you have to go to Bob for everything is somewhat disconcerting, actually. We all work here, we all support Bob, we work together. And I think in that spirit, you should all feel comfortable reaching out to any one of us whenever you feel you have a question. And if one of us can't get you the answer, someone else will. So the idea that you just have to go through Bob, I think is not the right feeling that you should have and the right perspective that you should have. You can reach out to me, you can reach out to Mark, you can certainly reach out to Sean. Any one of us would do what we need to do in order to respond to any concerns that you have. So I just want to make sure that that message is getting clear. I've said it in the past at odd times, but this seems like an appropriate time to just reinforce that. Bob doesn't work in a vacuum. He works a ton, by the way, but he doesn't work in a vacuum. And a lot of what he does is information that he gathers from everyone who works here. So again, don't take it that you just need to work with Bob. You have our contact information, you have mine. Just reach out and we'll do the best we can to support you and make the best decisions that we can for our constituents. And that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Let me make a couple of comments. One, thank you for saying that we should and can reach out to everyone. I think that's helpful for us to know. Two, I certainly understand how much Bob works, although I'm not seeing him. I know that he's answering my 3 a.m. emails 7 days a week, as well as my 7 a.m. emails 7 days a week. And I've certainly been calling on him a lot. The reason that I wanted to talk about this, and I'm glad that we're having this frank discussion, is that my observation coming in was that so many things, so many decisions, so many details of so many decisions wind up going through Bob. And my experience with large organizations is that isn't the most effective way to run them. And as I've gone through the consultant's report, it's reflected in that. And that, I believe, is where their recommendation came from for this COO type position. But having said that, I think it's good that we've had the discussion. I take Mr. Jones's point. I take everybody's point. And I think what we should do is continue to look at this as we go forward over the next couple of months and see what makes sense, as with so much of what we're looking at right now. So I think we should keep the discussion open, keep an open mind, and do what's best to make the Steamship Authority as effective an organization as it can be. So with that, I'm happy to move forward unless anybody else wants to add something.
Where are we on the agenda?
Lee, I'd like to add something. I'd like to add, Mr. Malcolm, I don't want Bob to, I mean, I think it's really important that we say to Bob, I mean, you know, Bob has a really tough job that is made now incredibly harder. And I'm the first person to fight with Bob if he does something that I think is right.
No.
You know, I'll call it. I own it. If he does something that I don't agree with. But I think that we really need to tell him right here, right now, this is not a reflection on you by any stretch of the imagination. I think probably the timing of this maybe not so appropriate. And we recognize that you are doing yeoman's duty on so many different levels to keep us operational. And you've kept your sense of humor and you've kept your team in place. So thank you.
That's great. Amen.
Agree.
It is the team is what it is, so.
Thank you for that, Bob. And I've discussed this with Bob in advance, and I hope he realizes I'm looking at the effectiveness of the organization and helping it to make it better, and appreciate the hours and effort and intelligence that he's putting into this. So I think that's been clear all along. I hope that's been clear all along. Moving forward, Bob, you're on.
All right, next item we have is proposed memorandum of understanding between Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority and the Steamship Authority relative to prospective federal and state disbursements. So I think Sean's getting Tom Cahere. I think he's been listening in here. I think he's promoting him to a... So the genesis of this is that back in 2016, Tom Cahere at the Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority had approached the steamship and Wayne Lamson, myself, about the possibility of us participating in a program administered by the Federal Transit Administration. And we ended up putting in the requested information, and with Tom and his team working on it along with Representative Keating, we were able to get accepted into the program. The program is based on the Barnstable urbanized zone, in which the Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority is considered the designated recipient for the zone. So when we each year contribute, update our traffic numbers and our financial numbers, maintenance, and how many people are on the buses, how many bus trips we've taken, how many people on the vessels, and the like. It goes into the to the pool, and after the first year, I think it generated somewhere in the area about $3.2 million that came into the urbanized zone. So the agreement that we reached with Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority, this was to improve the regional transportation network overall, was that we end up splitting those proceeds 50-50 with the Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority. Since then, we continued to file for this program. There was a time that the FTA came back with a determination that they didn't think that the service to Nantucket was in the classification in which they were compensating us for. We've worked with Tom and his team. Again, our Congressman Keating. I met with the FTA down in Washington, and they agreed that going to consider us the commuter service that we previously had been committed, had been done for. So the program that we have right now, there's two MOUs that are being presented. One of them is for the normal annual funds, part of which is for the last year and part of which is for the prior year, because the FDA had only funded us partially for that prior year. So, and Tom's on board, he is now, so he can correct me if I go off track here. But so there's funds there that we feel are, I think, more readily available than the CARES Act funds, which we can talk about next. But essentially, the one MOU is for the funds that are generated as part of the normal operating procedures, and that comes to, let's see, about $2.4 million. I'm looking for the number here, I'm missing it. Just 2.3. Yeah. So there's the one MOU there in which we're splitting that equally between our operation in the Cape Cod Regional Transit Authority. So that's one piece of this. Then the second piece of this is, because we participated in the program, with the CARES Act program, there was additional funding that 22.7 billion, sorry, became available for transit agencies, and which basically amounted to about 3 times what your annual amounts were. So the Barnstable urbanized zone ends up getting just under 32 million. Is that correct, Tom?
Yes.
Yeah. So when we went back and looked at this, we've had discussions with Tom about, the portions for this. And although we've had a past agreement that we'd be sharing these funds equally, hopefully I made a strong enough case with Tom that to the point where he's given us an MOU in which he's going to allocate 100% of these CARES Act funds that are generated based on our ridership numbers as part of this MOU, and that comes to just over $9.8 million.
Correct.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, let me just say that, Bob has been a great partner since we've got into this NTD reporting, and, since this unfortunate pandemic began, he's been reaching out to a lot of folks, and we were able to identify some additional revenue here that we think that would be helpful, at least with the cash flow issues. And I noticed, Bob, in the last half hour, I received an email from FTA that want you and I to participate in a call tomorrow morning at 8:30. I'm sure it's just to go over all of the things we've discussed, but it's in my discussions and webinars that I participated in with FTA. There's nothing inappropriate about the way we've developed this and are proposing to get you just under $12 million. And I also want to say that, always trying to identify a time frame when this money would become available is always challenging. There's a Department of Labor review that's necessary, but I sent an email to the head of the Federal Transit Administration to ask if they would expedite their review. So I think, I'm always hesitant to speculate when I'm talking about time, but I would think, within 3 to 5 weeks, you should be able to expect those resources.
So that's quicker than the 6 to 8 weeks previously. So
right,
we're all doing the calendar in our heads. Thank you, Tom. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Quite welcome.
So again, the MOUs were developed in, as I said, one of them has the 50%, which was the normal share that we were doing with them. And then the other one is reimbursed up to 100%. Slightly different language on these compared to the last time we had done it, where we just put in a dollar amount, but at this point they're both in there, the percentage and the dollar amount.
Right.
And this has been a great opportunity too, because, you know, in the absence of us getting into this program, we actually would have not received anything from the CARES Act. We're kind of an outlier. We don't fall under what most of the other transit agencies are. It's actually the way that the program is working is that transit agencies that rely more on capturing fare box get less than the transit agencies that rely less on fare box. So you know, we've seen stories, we've seen instances out there where some transit agencies are getting 2-3 times what their annual operating expenses are as reimbursement. And you know, here we're getting, you know, with this agreement, we're getting 1/12 of what our annual operating expenses are. So.
Could we have another agreement where we can get 100% instead? Please, sir.
I didn't put him up to it, Tom.
Bob's been trying, believe me. But let me just also say that, you know, several years ago, we talked to FTA about the potential for a ferry service reporting NTD and generating more revenue back to our UZA. It never really had been done before. And Bob really did respond. And I know it hasn't been easy initially to get all the data into the FTA, but he did it, and it's brought in, you know, significant resources to our UZA, and that's been helpful not just for the steamship operation, but for our operation and other transportation needs in our region. So I want to thank him publicly for his efforts there. And you know, we have a great partnership with all our multimodal partners, and you know, we will be discussing, you know, additional opportunities going forward. So just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you very much. Any member want to ask any questions to Tom?
Tom, I too would like to thank you for, you know, being such a team player in this whole transportation thing, and you know, coming to bat for us when we need it the most. So, you know, working together, we're going to do great things.
Thank you, Bob. Absolutely.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Tom also. This has been a fabulous partnership, and obviously these are the fruits of that. And this is, you know, I look at this going forward and I see only great things ahead. So thanks a lot, Tom.
Thanks, Rob.
That's great.
So we do need a motion to approve the MOU.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Any further comment? Okay, it comes to a vote on the motion.
Jones, aye.
Tierney, aye.
Randy, aye.
Wilson, aye.
Malkin, aye. Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate it. We've got some breathing room.
Proof is in pudding, though.
Hey, Mr. Davis.
All right, next item, and I may have Sean jump in here with me on this. So as you may recall, earlier this year, we brought a proposal to the board to do our annual preseason sale of ticket books for the INO. Of course, that hit just at the same time that everyone was preoccupied with COVID. The sale went, the service didn't start. We ended up selling about 1,400 books during that time period, which is about roughly 40% of what we normally see for the ticket books. So in light of it, and because of everyone's preoccupation with COVID, we were proposing that prior to the resumption of service for the INO, that we open that pre-season sale up once again to try to provide that benefit to our ridership that use that vessel. Anything to add?
You got it.
Do you need anything from us?
We would need a vote, yes.
So let me just ask a quick question. So would that be the same sort of 2-week thing that we've done with the original sale?
Yeah, it probably would be a shorter period of time.
Okay.
Because typically when we do that 2-week period, it's all at the beginning and all at the end, and it's kind of a U-shaped curve.
So, but you're gonna give me advance notice of when those dates are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rob, it is a little bit shorter than we would normally do for that span, but we figured 2 weeks was enough time once we made the decision to bring back the boat to give, our customers a jump and also provide a little bit of promotion of that the service is resuming. So it seemed like a win-win for us.
Yeah, no, I've had a lot of people that have said they missed it because they figured the boat wasn't coming back or wasn't, it got screwed up because of COVID, and so they forgot about it or they missed it for whatever reason. And this is going to be huge. I think you'll see some big numbers from this.
Yeah, we have heard from some customers that didn't realize that the sale had been over with. They were waiting for the boat to return, and this also may generate a little cash infusion as well.
Yep, sounds good.
Full disclosure.
I make a motion to approve this.
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion?
Just making one comment here that I put a calculator to this thing here, using the figure of, what is it, something like average of 3,200 books a year and change and stuff like that. And, versus at $275 per book, and then taking the 45%, which you said is the users, and evaluating that, and then making some deductions. You get your pencils handy. But anyways, I came up with somewhere around it's costing us somewhere around $85,000, $90,000 to do this, to give this discount. So I guess the question would come, is that worthwhile doing it? And I think the answer is yes, but I think we should at least ask the question.
Yeah, so I think if I may, I think what it does is it ends up building up some loyalty with our customers. There are other options out there for travel. We don't run our high-speed vessel year-round. In terms of the schedule and everything. So I think it does, there is a very strong core group of individual companies that use our service, that support that service. And there's other revenues that we end up getting from that in terms of parking or concession revenue, things like that. So, but it's also for the island residents as well that, this gives them yet another option to be able to travel, and particularly in light of, any economic hardship that they may be suffering, from COVID.
Okay, that answer your questions, Robert? Mr. Jones?
I was making a comment, not a question.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? We have a motion that's made and seconded. All in favor?
Randy, aye.
Jones, aye.
And I.
Tierney, aye.
Malkin, aye. Motion's passed unanimously. Next item, sir.
Next item, sorry. Next item, we have the preliminary draft of the 2021 operating schedule. We prepared this back in February, beginning of March. At that time, we were looking at the schedule being that it essentially be the same schedule as what we had approved for this year and the same schedule that we ran last year. Obviously, going forward here, we'll be looking at that to see if there's any modifications. But at this point, there'd be reductions in some of the service as opposed to any increase. I think this is going to be the, you know, the grand scheme of what we're, you know, not scheme, but the overall look of what an operating schedule would look like. So we do have some, and I realize that everyone else is, we're all dealing with other items, but in terms of it, you know, we have a requirement that we present the schedule. We advertise it in the papers and in the communities. Get back any feedback from that, make any adjustments as appropriate, and then present this again for approval with the Port Council and then the board. And we do have the issue with the winter and spring schedules of 2021. We would be looking to be sending out the bulk package at the end of June. So we kept this on the agenda for today. This is not anything that requires a vote. It's effectively the same schedule as what we ran last year, what we were anticipating running this year. We can always reduce it going forward if we need to, but we'd like to go ahead and start advertising for this and find, you know.
Well, if it doesn't need a vote, does any of the members have any comments or questions about this? I think this ties then into what we were talking about, which is we want people to come, we want to be available for them, and as people come to the islands and as the islands need service, we want to provide it. So I think that's absolutely fine. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I think we need to be aware, depending on what the traffic is, of being able to curtail some of the boats and things like that. I think we should be going for, you know, full capacity trips, and anything we can do to cut corners, and those are where we can cut corners that don't hurt anybody.
Yeah, I think we need to be prudent, but I also think we need to be available, and I think that's what we're saying here. Robert?
And part of this will end up being a factor as we start working on the 2021 operating budget. So, okay.
Yep.
And then I think I'm off the hot seat for a minute. So, Treasurer's report.
Hello, Mark.
Well, it's good afternoon now. So, closing last month's meeting, we talked about establishing a line of credit with one of the local banks and one of the banks we do business with. We've been working with Cape Cod 5 at our bond council, and in the packet is an outline for a revolving line of credit for $10 million. The terms would be Wall Street Journal prime rate minus a quarter with a floor of 3%. And with a pay down period of 1 month in a roll in a 12-month period. The term of the line of credit would be from April 22nd through 2020 through April 22nd of 2025. We had our bond counsel at Law Board draft up a line of credit resolution, as well as attached is the documents for the term of the notes. We had a conference call Friday with the bank for full disclosure to let them know what was going on, and a lot of this with the PPP loans and everything else that's going in the economy, and they were comfortable on the phone call. Correct, Bob?
Yep.
So I'm looking for approval to enter into this line of credit, and it's something we would not use unless it was a last resort as far as cash flow.
Okay, I saw Mr. Jones waving his hand.
Yeah, I looked at this, and I certainly like the idea of a line of credit, but what I do not like is the terms. Was this, how did you come up with the terms of the agreement? Did they present them to us and say, this is what we'll do, or do you negotiate them? Or did you put this out with a couple of banks to find, you know, the best terms and conditions?
One of the banks we deal with, who's our largest banking partner, was unresponsive, for lack of a better term. You know, they said we're going to get a proposal, and then a week or two later was something they weren't going to be able to furnish on time. We were working with Cape Cod 5 the whole time through our bond counsel at Lock Lord, through the negotiations in the terms of the line of credit.
Okay, if I like who you're dealing with. I think they're, you know, a great bank on Cape Cod and things like that. There's a couple of things that I do not like. I do not like the fact that the sum has to be paid off annually with a 30-day hiatus before starting again. That is crazy. That is crazy, especially in the first year when we're going out, and this is going to be probably the time that we'd use it the most. And I would recommend, if I were negotiating that deal, first thing I would say, well, okay, if you want to do that, we'll do a 25% curtailment at the end of the first year, and there will be no lapse in the funding. Because what do you do if we've gone out and we've spent $8 or $9 million, and then we've got to come and say, oh, it's year end, you know, we got to come up and pay it back and sit back on our haunches, you know, for 30 days. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So, you know, if you had a curtailment period, you know, perhaps so much the first year, so much the second year and third, and then, you know, diminish the amount of borrow towards the end as one, you know, as one program, that's a thought. But I cannot, I know the norm is to pay it off and start again. But usually I've taken lines of credits in my business, and most businesses who deal with seasonal business, they don't have any money in the spring like we don't, and they have to go back, you know, they have to make their money in the summer and then pay it back and go on, and that's just the way the cycle goes. And this is brand new to us. But we, as I see what lies ahead of us, that I think this is going to be a very difficult year. And when you start paying money back, you got to realize our budgets are extremely narrow. I've always been amazed. I've been on this steamship thing for 18 years now, and I'm always amazed at how close we come to the budget annually. It's just phenomenal. Now we have a budget this year, and if we come close to that budget this year, we have no money to buy out that loan, that line of credit at the end of the year. So you have, I don't know if you did any negotiating with the banks at all. I've done these over the years, and I can tell you banks will negotiate. And I think it's a logical argument that we not have that hiatus between the thing. They don't have to worry. They're getting paid, you know, for the money that's out there right now. So that's not an issue with them. But to take 30 days off and then come back and then draw again, I'm sorry, there's just two chances. So my question is, do we have any way of negotiating with these people?
We can reach back out to them, yes.
Okay.
If I may, Mr. Malkin?
Yep.
I was a commercial lending officer before I was involved in my current career. And that's called a seasonal cleanup. And it's meant for a line of credit that's just to be used for working capital purposes, so that it doesn't become part of the long-term debt of our organization. I think in today's day and age, I think you're absolutely right, Bob. I think they should be willing to waive that, because that really does mean that it's got to be drawn down to zero for a period of 30 days, and then we reborrow. You know, I think that the bank should be willing to waive that or take that out of there. And I was just wondering if there may be a provision in this loan agreement that we could term it out, change it into a term loan for maybe perhaps a little bit higher of an interest rate, you know, certain outstanding, just to give us the flexibility of, just to give us some, exactly, breathing room, beautiful expression. And banks are generally typically willing to do that. The term loan would be probably for a little bit of a higher rate, but you know, banks do that all the time, change working capital into term loans. So it may be something that Mark could go back and ask them.
Well, I think we could, you know, that would be goodwill to negotiate a deal. I think we're leaving a little money on the table, though, at 3%, you know, in these rates here today. But anyways, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that, but I really think the terms will hurt us and be too difficult to pay back. You know, at when they ring the bell and say, okay, all the money's in now, I think either you do a curtailment or you do spread it for a year and a half or something with a curtailment. I just don't think paying off 100% is something that we could afford.
No, I agree with you. Not in today's day and age.
So the suggestion is I can go back to the bank and our council today and see to negotiate better terms with a term loan or a non-payoff during the first year. And since we're having a meeting next Tuesday, put it back on the agenda.
Mm-hmm. Perfect.
Yeah, I think we don't want the cleanup, the annual cleanup period. Ask them if they will get rid of that.
Jim, you're muted.
Jim, you're muted.
You're muted, Jim.
I'm muted?
No, Jim is.
I'm not muted.
No, he's not.
No. What I'd like, Mr. Rainey had a comment, Ms. Wilson had a comment, then let Mark sum it all up and put it together and see what he says. So,
I was just going to
Rob?
say that my understanding is this is going to only be used in the dire of emergencies. Is that correct?
Correct. And with the good news we had from Mr. Caher about the time frame, that gives us a little breathing room too.
So the chances of actually using this aren't really very good.
Personally, I wouldn't take chances. I would make it so it's favorable to us, regardless of the chance.
I was just trying to put Rosem on the spot.
As always, I'll tell the truth. I can't answer that question.
Ms. Wilson.
The way this is currently presented is that any deficiency when we have to start that 30-day period would be paid from the reserve fund, right?
By what?
That would be an operating loss. So we could theoretically make money and then through the reserve fund reimburse the authority.
Right, so that's what's written into this proposal here, is that any deficiency would be paid from, the reserve fund shall be used as far as necessary to make up any deficiency.
Right.
Yeah, well, they don't have a lot of risk.
So this reserve fund, currently, we use it for our bond service, correct?
No, the reserve fund is used if we have an operating deficiency during the year.
And how much do we keep in that? So that reserve fund, is that
It's about
2-month period?
3.5 million right now.
Okay.
And that's the greater of 5% of the outstanding bonds, or 600,000 is the cap.
That's right, that's right, that's right.
So the sinking fund is for the bonds in principal. The replacement fund is for the capital projects and could be used for
Okay.
the principal.
Okay. So Maura, in terms of you know, from a bank, from your standpoint, as you know, with your former work doing lending, does that change your analysis at all?
No.
Okay.
You know, they really have a.
We just have options. Sorry, Bob.
They really have a pretty good deal. That this is not a risky loan. I mean, they're backed, and we're backed by the state. Seems to me I read somewhere in there, if we default to something, they go right back to the state. They don't have any collateral, which is lucky for them, because I used to have collateral, you know, as boats, which would be the worst thing in the world for them. If I couldn't sell the boat, how do they think they're going to? So it's better to have the state write a check and you're fine. So this isn't a risky loan. And I wouldn't be opposed to hitting on the interest either. But I would also, I'll counter that and saying, if we can get what we want by, you know, what's that, cleanup and things like that, you know, I would be open. This is an open meeting, so I shouldn't say it. I would look at different proposals.
So can I pass on, not speaking for the board, but summarizing that if we got rid of the cleanup provision, the board would be fine?
Oh, at the same terms, just the cleanup?
At a minimum. Obviously try to get better terms, but at a minimum, get rid of the cleanup.
I think that my biggest thing is that gap, especially within 1 year when we're going to be struggling for funds right now. Next year it might not be as bad, but that gap has got to go away. And however they do it, they can just make it go away and say, okay, in 2 years, let's pick 25% or 40. Let's not go 100% because that's just too hard to get back. Because you've got to make your operating capital all the way through the year. In order to pay this is profit.
Originally it was once per calendar year. We moved it to once per 12-month period.
Yeah.
So I will talk to the bank and our council. We'll get that cleaned up.
All right. Mark, would you sum up what it is that you just heard from the members that you're taking back to the bank?
That the board does not like the cleanup provision for once in a year, that we want to remove that in either the form of a term loan or no cleanup provision per year.
We'll say it the way you started it. We don't want that, period. And then we'll negotiate from there.
Yep. I will be on the phone.
Don't put any ideas in their head.
I will be on the phone with them once this meeting's over.
Okay. And now you've got something to look forward to.
Can't wait.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rennie, you look puzzled. Question?
Nope, I'm good.
No. Thank you. Mr. Davis.
Okay, procurement. Want to request a vote of the board to authorize the general manager to execute change order number 81 for contract number 16-2017, Woods Hole Ferry Terminal Reconstruction Waterside with J. Cashman, Inc. at a total cost of $185,000. On February 10th, 2020, Cashman submitted the project team a report about the obstructions that they encountered while they were driving 7 of the monopiles for the new slip, and the efforts that they had to go through to remove, relocate, and to drive the piles to the required depths. Under the terms of the construction contract, if obstructions restrict driving a pile to the specified penetration, the obstructions shall be removed or penetrated with a chisel beam. If Cashman demonstrated that the removal of the penetration was impractical, design changes in the alignment of the pilings were developed and implemented to ensure the adequacy of the stability of the structure, and then the piles were then driven to those new design depths. So the staff is recommending that the members vote to authorize the general manager to execute change order number 81 for contract 16-2017 Woods Hole Ferry Terminal Reconstruction Waterside with J. Cashman Inc. at a total cost of $185,000 as Cashman encountered subsurface obstructions while driving 7 monopiles to the contracted depths at the new pier. And I guess I should point out that the original ask for this was $270,000, $274,30, and Bill and the project team negotiated it down to $185,000.
I have a question, Bob, and you'll forgive me because I am new at this, but I have been involved in projects before, and I understand things overrun, and I understand a 10% overrun, so you get to 110% of your estimated cost. How do we have any ability to look at what this thing is going to cost us?
The project itself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not this change.
Yeah, so the project itself, in terms of how it was done, there's a significant portion of it that was under the pier with the building on it, so we weren't able to get a definitive, survey done of that area. When we looked at putting the project together, we put the requirement that for the first 10 feet, if they hit an obstruction within the first 10 feet, that's going to be on them. And then after that, if they hit an obstruction, then that ends up being on us. And part of that was, without some sort of mechanism for them for a contractor to be able to come back, that they would inflate their bids sufficiently, not knowing what they're going to encounter, and would be paying for all these obstructions for every single pile, as opposed to just paying for the obstructions that are hit for particular piles. So I think that's kind of a summation of the marine bills here.
Yeah, but so I guess just as a general thesis, you're saying either we're going to get bids back that have contingencies built into them, which will be high, or we're going to get change orders, which are going to also be high. And at least my experience has been is change orders is where people really make their money.
Jim, if I may, just to answer your question about the total cost. When we designed this project, the estimators had the cost estimate for the waterside design was $55 million. Okay, so what happened in the bid process, Cashman wanted this project, so he bought it. Okay, there were other bids. There was a $60 million bid. There was a $57 million bid, and another one on the order of 53 or so. So he underbid this on purpose to get this job. He had worked with the Steamship Authority in the past at Vineyard Haven, and he likes working with us. He's worked with us at Fairhaven, and I think it's a feather in his cap that these kind of projects for him. And they actually have been doing a good job. There are a lot of change orders. The bids are designed with changes inherent in them because you can't see what's underground and what you're going to entail. Like Bob says, if we didn't have that verbiage in the bid specs, the prices would have been much higher. So I know it's a big pill to swallow, and believe me, we're doing our best to keep them as low as possible. But we have encountered a lot of difficulty here in Woods Hole with the soil conditions, the debris, and it's just a tough project. Rob?
May I, Bob, can I finish and then I'm out on this one?
Go.
Thanks. I think what I just heard you say is that someone underbid the project, came in at a lower bid to get it, and you say feather in his cap, I might say money in his pocket if he knew that he came in and underbid and look to get these change orders. I mean, that's an interesting way of doing business and puts us at a disadvantage. And that's all I have to say.
There are change orders that we refuse to pay, okay? These are legitimate change orders that are written into this bid specifications. There was a change order for $42,000 for what I considered work, means and methods, had nothing to do with the design. And I said, no, we're not paying that. You know, so we're on them and making these keeping them as tight as possible.
Okay. I'm sorry, Rob.
Well, just a couple of quick comments. So when we talk about the low bid, those things are governed by the state procurement rules. Am I right? So I mean, there's nothing stopping somebody, you know, the most responsible, lowest bid, whatever the language is, from coming in, bidding low, and, you know, working it to their advantage through change orders. You know, I get that, and we're obviously mindful of it, and we have to keep an eye on it. One of my concerns is that we get these change orders, and it's almost like by the time we get them, we have to approve them because either the work's already done or it's critical that it has to get done. And is there any way that we can get some of these, you know, with a little bit more lead time so we have a chance to discuss them before, you know, we feel like we have to approve them?
The problem with that, Rob, on these two particular change orders, we're dealing with it's all after the fact. Yeah. We didn't know what we were going to encounter while we were driving these piles on this one. Okay, so it's information we gather until we're done driving the piles, then we know what this total sum is.
Yeah.
The next bit, the one with the debris, you know, as Bob had the same complaint. Why didn't I know about this? Well, we didn't know what the total debris volume was going to be until we were nearly done, and we didn't know how much effort was going to take to get that debris out of the slip.
Yeah, no, I get that for these because these were unforeseen circumstances and no one could have known in advance, you know, what they were going to hit under the seafloor. But there are, I'm just saying in general, there are a lot of change orders that we get that it's so late in the process that it's either already been done or we have to approve it, you know, right now because it's critical, where had we known about it a month or two ago or whatever, maybe it wouldn't have been the case. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So if I may, or Ms. Tierney has her hand raised.
Yeah, I think at one of our last two board meetings, I asked that we do something to establish some sort of an independent review as to the appropriateness of our paying these change orders. I mean, what is the total aggregate of just the change orders from Cashman to date on this project?
Mark's looking it up.
It's on the last invoice, Mark.
I mean, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. My understanding is that it's consistent with Cashman's practice in the industry. I think we have somebody on our port council who has a lot of familiarity with how Cashman bills. I personally am not going to approve another change order from Cashman. I mean, I know I only have a 10% vote, but I have to vote with my conscience. And, you know, I know it's not going to carry the day, and I'm okay with that. But I have to, as a fiduciary of both my city and the Steamship Authority, put on the record that we aren't pushing back, in my opinion, hard enough on these change orders. We just aren't. I mean, is anyone giving us credit for the fact that they can work right now, for example, with less boats going in and out of, you know, Woods Hole and what than they anticipated? the change orders they're sinful. I mean, they're just, we need a better mechanism. I mean, Bill has done a great job, but he's got a lot of work on his shoulders. And
Well, it wasn't only me involved in negotiating these change orders. The change orders get reviewed by the design engineers, the architects, and we go back and forth on them, and we sit down and meet with them. In this case, we got almost $100,000 taken off of this one because the design engineer wrote a great letter, and they agreed with it. The next one was a little more difficult because the debris was there. It was irrefutable. You know.
How much has Cashman's total change orders been to date?
This handed is about 5.2 million.
I'm sorry, what?
5.2 million.
5.2 million in change orders?
Yes.
And what was the original bid that he came in with, like 37? Or what was it? 40?
I want to say it was 43. 43, and I think the average of all the other bids came in somewhere around 55 million. I think they were about over $10 million below what the average was of all the other bids.
Right. Well, they're making up for that pretty quick.
Well, I mean, part of my discussion on contractors was that there are some that they'll bid that way and, you know, try to undercut it in the beginning and make it up in change orders. And there are other ones that'll bid higher, knowing what the final cost is likely to be and bid it more fair. Maybe because they have too much work already right now, so they don't really want the job. And if they get it, great. But if they don't, you know, knowing that whatever the final cost is going to be. Although I think that some of these change orders, like these ones that are in front of us now, are ones that nobody could have seen in advance. I mean, they couldn't tell what was beneath the seafloor before they were driving piles, you know, 80 feet under the ocean. So, you know, I don't have a problem with that because no one could have anticipated it. But I do have a problem with some of the other ones where we're being asked to make up the difference, so to speak, and it doesn't seem fair, although some are legitimate.
Yeah, but shouldn't we have some sort of a review process that is, and I understand, Bill, what you're saying, you know, we have the design engineer looking at the change orders, but it seems to me that we got to push back harder on these change orders. You know, I don't know if you go to the design engineer and you say, you know, we got to push back harder. It's, from what I understand, this is their mode of operation. It's not just with us, but it's their mode of operation, and their feet really need to be held to the fire in excruciating detail to justify these change orders. Because it seems like every time we turn around, you know, it's a couple of $100,000 here, a couple of $100,000 here, there. It's going to eclipse highest bid was for this project at the onset.
But if I may, so these would have been obstructions that, regardless of who the contractor was, would have been encountering it. So whether it was Cashman or XYZ company, you know, this would have been something that we would be effectively on the hook for. It's the question as to whether, you know, they're and all this is prevailing wage in terms of that, in terms of the labor and things like that. So all that's predetermined ahead of time in terms of, you know, what equipment, what the hourly rate is of that equipment and the things like that. So when we issued this contract, we anticipated that that there would be change orders, that, you know, there wasn't surveys done of certain areas because we couldn't get to those areas. And we knew that even the areas that we did surveys, that there were going to be obstructions that were going to have to be dealt with. So, you know, yes, it's, you know, believe me, I've been called frugal, and it's for a reason. But I think in terms of this, I think the contract, when we're all said and done, So the average of the other, of the other 7, or just including them?
Average of 7 bids.
Including them.
Presentation.
Including,
Yes.
so including Cashman's proposal in the bids, it averaged over $53 million were the bids. So the average of the bids that we received were over $10 million more than Cashman, including Cashman in that
In the
equation.
average, yeah.
So, you know, I think in terms of this is something that we anticipated. Yes, there's a valid point, and believe me, I've had some discussions with Bill about, you know, need to bring these things forward quicker, ahead of time if possible. But sometimes, you know, in the case of these monopiles, they had 120 feet of monopile up in the air, and, you know, they had to make a decision right then and there whether they're going to end up, you know, pulling it and repositioning it, or whether it's going to be, you know, be hanging there so before a price could be done. So.
Okay, anybody else want, okay, Ms. Wilson.
So based on our,
Hang on a sec, Mr. Jones. Ms. Wilson.
based on the current situation and how much more work we have to do, can you give us an estimate of what you anticipate projected overcharges are going to be?
Yeah, you know, again, we don't know what we're going to start encountering. I think for this season, we're probably, yeah, I won't definitively say we won't have any more for this season, but I would think that we're, you know, as we're getting closer to wrapping up, I would think that there'd be fewer, if any. I think next season, we know that there's a area that on the south slip, which has a rock ledge. And so the impact of what's that's going to have, and I think that's why the head dolphins for the south slip are designed differently. They're not going to be a monopile. They're doing it with individual smaller piles in order to hopefully avoid having the issue with the. It's going to take longer to do that one, but to do the head dolphins there. But there was an approach to take that to try to minimize, you know, the impacts of that. You know, we knew that there's a ledge there.
And do we are the surveyors or engineers, is that game plan already fixed, or are we still going to be evaluating the potential obstacles we're going to be meeting on that part of the project?
So Kate, as we were designing the project, when we were out, before we even bid the project, we spent money and had a team go out there and survey the locations where we wanted monopiles to see, to look for obstructions, to see if we even put these piles in the ground. We spent quite a bit of money and time just doing that, okay? And that was the reason, as Bob said, we decided to go with a traditional head dolphins in the south slip because there was too many obstructions. In other cases, where we did hit obstructions, we tried to design around them. Okay, so before we even bid it, we said, well, we know we got obstructions here. We're gonna move the pile. We moved the pile to where we thought we could get it. But it's, you know, we went down 80 feet. At the time, the engineers thought they were gonna penetrate, the design depth was gonna be 80 feet. Later in the project, they decided 100 feet would be better, okay? So I'm hitting that problem, and there's stuff, and it doesn't always work because, you know, we were just vibrating H-piles in the ground, and when you're doing a 200-ton, 120-foot monopile, it takes a lot. In some cases, we go right through it, you know, where we know there's obstructions because we had it all mapped out. Some cases we go right through it because we're able to drive right through it with much heavier equipment. In other cases we can't. It's a crapshoot. It's pile driving is tough. So this season, as Bob said, I got another change order that'll be under $100,000 for having to splice the 18-inch piles on the land side for the transfer bridge foundation. We didn't reach our embedment capacity, so we had to splice piles, 7 piles, and drive them a little deeper than we anticipated. Other than that, most of the change orders, we're not going to see change orders on this order. They're going to.
What I'm trying to get to, though, is based on what we've learned so far in this project, what can we do to minimize the likelihood of these obstacles going forward? It sounds like there were opportunities to see some of these obstacles, but didn't look or didn't go far enough, and so they keep showing up. As we go farther south towards Juniper Point, we're going to run into more and more of that stuff. Juniper Point's made up of a pile of rocks, and whatever you see above the water is going to be below the water. It's all glacial moraine, and it's a mess. So would it make sense to get somebody who has some specialty in that kind of surveying so that we can actually minimize the delays and costs going forward?
Yes, we had that done in the design phase. We had the surveys come back on multiple occasions to look at it. Once they evaluated the initial survey, they came back and reevaluated to see, because some of it was, where the placement, I won't speak to the whole process, but I know that, as Bill mentioned here earlier, that, the design was tweaked in order to say, okay, well, there's going to be a problem putting it in this particular location. Let's move it 10 feet this way or that way and see what obstruction, see whether that's a acceptable location for the monopile. So, but there may be in some of those instances, there may have been, we're probably going to be getting to a point where there's obstruction, but let's see how we can get through it. Maybe it will go right. I mean, we had an instance earlier this year where one of the monopiles, they put it in position in the monopile, basically put itself in position. It went down right to the design depth and stopped. So
those were with the 30-inch piles.
Okay, anyhow, Mr. Johns is next.
My turn?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate the frustration and I understand it. But I've been in the marine business, in the industry here my whole career. I've been in construction. I know construction. I know house building, and I've done things like that. I've been involved in the redoing of the whole Hyannis bulkhead and the finger piers and the other ends, the northern ends of it, dredging projects and things like that. And I can just tell you that it's a very complicated business. It's a very costly process. Cashman has got an excellent reputation around Cape Cod, and I'm sure further than beyond that. He's a good quality contractor. And I think, that when you come up, when the decision was made to go to a certain depth with the bid and then having to leave the rest up for our determination or the determination as an add-on, that's where you run into money, but you don't know. You could hire them to say, okay, this is it. You get the things that they got to be sunk up, down to a minus 100 or whatever, and walk away from it. But you're going to pay for that right up front. This year, I don't know when we're through how it's going to come out dollar-wise, whether it would have been easier and better to do it the first way with just a split contract, or the way we work, because we don't know. But we are into it. We've got to get the job done. It is painful. I can tell you it's painful. I'm far from an expert on it, but I'm knowledgeable. And that's all I can say. So it's, I've got a lot of faith in Cashman. He's not trying to pull the wool over our eyes. Everything is right in front of us when we voted on it. So we all voted on it right here. And, you know, we gotta stick with them and get the job done. I do get upset when I hear that, and this still upsets me, is the bulkheading that was not, you know, perfectly 180 degrees straight line. And it was pushed out and the tie rods were having a problem or something. And that upsets me at brand new construction. But in any event, other than that, you know, they got to work winter months, you know, between snowdrops. It's cold, it's miserable out there, and it's really hard work. I'm defending the guy, as you can see. But
Anybody have
all I can
anything?
say is try to keep, you know, your composure on this. This is difficult work, and it's going to cost us some money to get it through. So, amen.
Okay. Moira, just before you go. So what I'm hearing is the board would like as much advance notice on change orders as possible. The board would like to hear how we are going to be as severe and detailed as possible in examining these change orders when we get them. And that's what I'm hearing so far. Anything new, Ms. Tierney?
I was wondering.
I don't need to add to that, but you already have, you know, $100,000 was taken off the bill by hiring engineers and certified people. Yeah. So that's what we're doing.
Okay. Capiche.
Yes, Mr. Malcolm, I was wondering if there isn't someone that we could hire who would be akin to, and this is, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there for consideration.
What other works you're talking about?
No, I hadn't quite finished. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Akin to sort of like a public adjuster. You know, when there's a dispute between a homeowner and an insurance company, you have an independent public adjuster who would, you know, review basically both parties' positions. I mean, our engineers, they work for us, right? I don't know if they're fulfilling that role, but it would seem to me, you know, if we could even save a couple of $1 million, that would be, you know, that would be money well spent. It's just, I think the change orders, the trajectory that the change orders are going are, you know, it's gonna come in a lot higher than any one of us anticipated. I think we were talking about, you know, $70 to $80 million, weren't we, Bob?
I thought we were talking something like 61 million at first, so I don't know where that figure ever went or came from.
Well, I think we discussed that at one of the meetings. I don't know if this type of person exists. I just think that maybe we should explore it. I mean, I don't know that our team, who is our team? Bill, is it an engineer?
So Mara, can I answer that question? I think I have the best team monitoring Cashman out there. It's GZA, they're the marine, they're landside engineers and marine engineers. I work with them hand in hand. All these change orders get reviewed by them. The architects as well review them. I have, you know, Chris Iworks, we sit down and talk about these things, okay? We go back to them. We negotiate with them.
Chris Iworks is involved in Cashman's work rather than just the...
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so in terms of the way the contract is done for the design and engineering, GZA is a subcontractor for BIA Studios. So they're
Chris Iworks, right? The one who did the building that none of us like, or
so they're a sub for them, And, but we had approval process for GZA, right?
Right. So the architect is they're taking the lead on it, you know, but GZA is doing the design, and I can't imagine an outside organization that is unfamiliar with the design and the requirements reviewing something and any better than we are.
Does GCA have a competitor?
Yeah, previously, Charles Engineering.
I'm so glad it's so funny.
Yeah, no, previously Charles Engineering was actually on the project, and we removed them from it because we didn't feel we were getting, they were initially assigned because their original bid was so much less than any other engineering firm. But then they had their own financial issues, and we felt it was best to sever ties there, and we brought GZA on in place of them. So,
and when we did the feasibility study for this project, we started out with Moffett and Nichols, and that didn't work out well either. So I really think we have the best engineer on hand.
Do GCA and iWorks get paid a percentage of the cost of the change work orders?
They get, GZA gets paid time and materials.
Right. They're working as, this is under their contract as construction administration. They don't get a percentage of Cashman's change orders.
Do they get paid at all in connection with the change orders? Either one of those? Do they get any compensation with change orders?
No.
Okay.
Okay, anything further to discuss on this one? Comes to a vote. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion? I think we've been there. Okay, roll call vote, please. All in favor?
Randy, aye.
Jones, aye.
Malkin, aye. All opposed?
Tierney, opposed.
Wilson, opposed.
Okay, thank you. That's a 3-2 vote. Thank you, everybody. These are serious.
One more.
That's not even the big one. You haven't even hit the big one yet.
This is, look, this is a big, serious issue. There's no question. The only thing I keep thinking about is, all right, where do we go from here with what we've got? So next item.
Next item, request a vote of the board to authorize the general manager to execute change order number 82 for contract 16-2017 Woods Hole Ferry Terminal Reconstruction Waterside with Jay Cashman for a total contract, for a total price of $347,000. Project meeting earlier at the end of last year, Cashman notified the authorities project team that they were having some issues with the excavation of the new slip, that they were encountering significantly higher than expected quantities of steel, wood, concrete, and timber to be removed. They ended up needing to bring in a dredge barge in order to remove the materials. So in February, Cashman provided with additional information regarding the additional labor cost incurred for the removal and disposal of the material from the slip. They were seeking $397,213, including the cost of the dredge barge to come in, and the dive team that was needed to do the work. Is they were picking pieces by pieces out. So following the receipt of that, the project team negotiated a price adjustment with Cashman to reduce the sum to $347,000 for the associated cost of the removal and disposal of the debris. So the staff is recommending that the members vote to authorize the general manager to execute change order number 82 for contract number 16-2017 Woods Hole Ferry Terminal reconstruction, Waterside with J. Cashman Inc. at a total cost of $347,000, as Cashman encountered significantly higher expected quantities of steel piles, wood piles, concrete, and timber while excavating the new slip 2.
Right.
How deep was this stuff?
It was to the point where it had to be moved, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get a slip in.
So
No, but how deep was it under the seafloor?
it's about -17. This is excavation or dredging or excavation. So this is stuff that was there that we could see. And a good portion of it is, you have to appreciate that south bulkhead of that old wharf was actually 3 bulkheads, okay? There was a granite bulkhead, a freestanding granite bulkhead. There was an old wooden timber, spline timbers, wooden bulkhead, and then there was a steel and concrete bulkhead. Those were all within 8 feet of each other, okay? And that was going right down the middle of the new slip. We had to excavate that to -17 for the design.
And it was a surprise that it was all there?
We knew it was there. We didn't know the quantities. So the bid, we bid this, I think, wisely on a unit price basis, so that we knew that it was, we weren't going to be overpaying. But what happened is our estimates, our engineering estimates, were just way under estimates. The wood, the wood bulkhead were over our estimate by 500%. Again, this was mostly in the wharf area or underground. You couldn't see it. And it was just an estimate from drawings.
All right, Rob Rainey.
Wasn't that original estimate from Childs, which we've since let go?
Yeah, but it was from the drawings, and GZA was involved in it. We were all, GZA was on the team at that time as well. So
Does that include the old train locomotive that's supposedly down there?
no,
That was Fairhaven.
Okay. I'm just teasing. All right. I'm good with this. I mean, I think we have to do it. Was unanticipated, the amount, the quantity of stuff, and it just costs a little bit more to take it out.
Okay, let me follow up on Rob's question or his comment there. We kind of have to do it. What happens if we don't? I'm asking Rob, what happens if this board does not vote to approve a change order?
You asking me?
Yep.
Yeah, I believe we'd be in breach of contract.
Okay. Thank you.
Correct? Yep.
All right, any discussion on this that we haven't had already with this situation?
It's getting late. We've been at this for a long time now.
4 hours and 17 minutes,
Yeah.
just saying.
This,
Okay.
these change orders are it's bad news. And
Agree.
I don't know whether it's our designers, and I understand, I really do, that there are aspects of this that we cannot predict. Last month, we had a change order with Cashman that I reluctantly went along with. And I went along with it because I understood that this was actually a design problem. It had to do with the length of the catwalk, as I recall. And Bob, you mentioned that it was actually a design thing and it really wasn't Cashman's problem. So now we've got the designer who's helping out, figuring out whether or not these overcharges are right. I don't know, it's a snarly mess. And I understand that it's coming to us to rubber stamp it because it's already been done. We have no choice, we have to keep going. And so if we don't vote for it, breach of contract, it goes to a lawsuit. So no matter how we pay out the nose. There's got to be a better way to do this.
Maybe we can defer vote on this one. I mean, they've gotten plenty, I mean, this is not gonna make or break them. This is not gonna cause alarm to them. Maybe we should wait.
Well, to me, this is like taking your car to the mechanic and the mechanic says, oh, you know, the original estimate that I told you to fix your brakes, well, we didn't realize that they were in worse condition than we thought. So now that estimate is twice as much. So to me, this is very similar to that because there was an estimate, everyone sort of agreed and went along with it. And then actually doing the work, they found out that it was more than they thought.
Maybe if you trust the mechanic.
I just keep
Okay.
coming back. If there were 3 layers of piers there, how could there not have been X amount of material if we knew that there were 3 layers of piers there?
I can't.
Yeah.
Anybody want to try and answer that one? I can't.
The estimates were based on drawings, you know, we don't know how it was constructed. You know, it was just old design drawings that we used to evaluate these estimates from.
Yeah, well then, so this raises the whole question that goes back to the original, which is what are we using to scope out projects? How deeply do we look into things? How far can we look into things? On the other hand, if we go into default on a contract, then we pay lawyers' fees, which is a cash drain out of operating cash. So I don't see, unless there's a motion to defer, I think we should have a vote on approving or disapproving the change order.
So I would just want to point out that the original request from Cashman for this change order was back in the middle of February, and then it was negotiated from that time through towards the end of March, and we finally, the project team was finally able to get the the reduction to the point where we are right now. So this has sat out there for 2 months at this point.
Is this the one that I asked be deferred initially and go back to them and see if they could take a little bit of a haircut? Is this the same one?
No, the what you were asking before was regarding the design and engineering work on the Woods Hole Terminal building, in which at this point we do have a review going through of that of all the charges and change orders that have taken place with BIA Studios. So that was a separate issue from this.
Was this particular change order before us once before?
No.
No.
No, okay, all right. Okay.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. It comes to a vote then. All in favor?
Randy, aye.
Aye.
Malkin, aye.
Tierney, no.
All opposed?
Tierney, Wilson, no.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, there's the vote. You have that? What else do we have on?
Old and new.
Any other old business to bring? Any new business to bring?
I think we've done enough.
Well, we do have still 63 people here, some of whom may wish to ask questions, and we've been holding them out.
Okay.
So this is an open meeting. They are allowed to ask questions. We also, before we do that, I have a question for Bob. Mr. Davis.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, you're right. We have an executive session scheduled. We've been going now for 4 hours and 22 minutes. Can we put any of the issues on that executive session into a meeting next Tuesday?
Yeah, what's the calendar? Yes, we could defer that until next Tuesday.
Well, unless anybody wants to speak against doing that, I'd just as soon do that. Everybody agree?
Agree.
Nod your heads, okay. All right, well, this would then conclude the open meeting session at this point. Sean, are there people who want to ask questions of the members or the authority?
If anyone on the line wants to ask a question, you can press the raise hand button, or if you're on the phone, you want to do *9. And I do see a couple coming in here, so. All right. Mr. Salzberg, you should be on the line.
Hello. This question is for anyone who can field it. Could you explain how, if the Steamship Authority is not allowed to have more money in its operating fund than that two-month budgetary item that the Enabling Act dictates, how would it digest any sum granted to it by the Commonwealth if the state had to bail it out, or if it gets a large chunk of money from the federal government? How does that get meted into the Steamship Authority so it can use it if it has that constraint in its Enabling Act?
So I'll field that. So yes, if we did get it as one lump sum, depending upon the amount and depending upon available balances, it could potentially be transferred first to the sinking fund and then to the replacement fund. So yeah, that is something that as we go forward here, that it's a consideration as to whether it's over a time period as opposed to one lump sum.
So I think it's fair to say it's how we draw on that, Bob?
Correct.
No. Anything further, Mr. Salzberg?
Yes, one last question on another subject concerning the Oak Bluffs terminal. Was the estimate made for those pilings based on visual observation? I thought I saw in a particular report there may be some worm damage of some kind. Is there have you folks factored in the possibility of hidden decay?
Yeah, so the engineer's report that went out there and did the survey, they sent divers down, they dug around the mud line, they did an inspection of all the pilings, and yes, some of them do exhibit damage because of worms. But it was by underwater surveys.
Was it visual only? Was there any kind of a detection that could penetrate the pile to see what it looks like inside the pile?
I don't know firsthand, but I believe what it is that they go down there and these worms work their way in, not work their way out. So
they saw the holes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is. Who's that? Okay. Wallace Stark. I think. Buddy Stark.
Muted.
Wallace or Pam?
Wallace or Pam, you need to unmute yourself.
Okay, got it. Thank you. My question is, at what point will the Steamship Authority be in default of its bond covenants? And how might these defaults impact future bond borrowing terms?
Okay, so in terms of the bonds, there's an interest payment that's due September, and the monies for that interest payment have already been transferred to the sinking fund. So that's taken care of. If at the end of the year, we do not have sufficient funds in the sinking fund to pay for our principal and interest, the Commonwealth, we would certify to the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth would make that payment for us. So we would not be in default.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anything further, Sean?
No, I think that's it.
All right. I'd like to thank all the members, and I'd especially like to thank all the staff of the authority. This is a very challenging, frustrating, aggravating, miserable time. We've seen the best from some people and the worst from others. Our frontline staff has done a terrific job. I know from the Vineyard end of communicating to people getting on the boats, what to expect in terms of services and what to expect in terms of medical caution. But on the other hand, I want to say, as I started this meeting, the authority's here to serve the islands and its visitors, and we look forward to doing so as the governor opens up the state. So thank you all. It's been a long meeting. It's been a productive meeting, and I think we've got a lot of information exchanged. Everybody have a good time, and reschedule for Tuesday, please.
We need a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second it.
This one I think will pass unanimously. All in favor? Malk and I.
Randy, aye.
Jones, aye.
Wilson, I.
Tierney, aye.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, staff, as well. Everybody be safe.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Cheers.
Wash up.
Okay.